everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Cailin and today I'm going to be doing your love horoscopes for 2024. I recommend that you watch your horoscope for your ascendant sign first, then your moon sign, and then your sun sign. The reason for that is that your ascendant, also known as your rising sign horoscope, will generally speaking be the most accurate overall. The moon sign in astrology represents our relationships, so that is why I would watch that second, and then, like I said, you can watch your sun sign third. There will be timestamps for each of the 12 signs in the description box below, and I'll also pin a comment with those timestamps as well. So without further ado, let's start off with Aries. Hi Aries Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your 2024 love horoscope. I wanted to start off by talking about the fact that the North Node will be in Aries in your first house for the whole of 2024, and the South Node will be in your 7th house in Libra for the whole year as well. So when we have the North Node transiting our Sun, Moon or Rising sign, across the board, we can expect lots and lots of changes to be coming through in our lives. And it doesn't just have to be romantically speaking. Maybe you've had a change of career or just life path in general, but certainly having the nodes in your 1st and 7th house does play a huge part in big changes coming through in your relationships. So Aries, you may find that your taste in terms of who you're attracted to, what you're attracted to in a person could be changing a lot over the course of this 18-month period. So we've got the North Node and the South Node in Aries and Libra respectively from July 2023 through till January 2025. So during this time, you may enter into a new relationship or you may go through a breakup, and that won't be the case for all of you, but because you've got the South Node in the 7th house, this can indicate letting go of connections that you used to be involved with. So for some of you, this may manifest as going through a breakup, although it doesn't have to be. It could just be that you're spending a little more time apart from your partner than normal. Maybe one of you is working overseas, or you could have a difference in schedules. But in any case, this can simply manifest as not having your usual routine with your significant other. For some of you, like I said before, this will come through as a breakup. But for others of you, you may actually get back with someone that you used to be romantically involved with, or perhaps someone who you were never romantically involved with, but who has played a part in your life already, or who has been around in your life already. This relationship could be transforming from something that is platonic into something romantic. Now, I am going to have a look at some new moons and full moons for this year ahead, as well as Venus transiting your 5th and 7th house. So on the 25th of January, there will be a full moon in Leo in your 5th house. The 5th house rules over love and romance, and this full moon is taking place at 5 degrees, which is the Leo degree, which is again doubling down on the fact that this is pertaining to love and romance. So it is making a T-square with Jupiter in Taurus, and this full moon is also opposing Pluto in Aquarius. So there are some tense aspects here, but it's important to remember that Jupiter is considered to be the greater benefic in astrology. So even though it's a square to Jupiter, there's still some sort of blessing that's coming through with this full moon. So for some of you, if you, let's say, are single, you may be understanding certain truths about previous relationships. And if you haven't been in a relationship before, or if that's not what's taking place for you, it may just be that you're realizing what you want to change and what needs to transform in your life before you move forward into the dating world, or before you call a relationship into your life. Now, for some of you, this could see you entering into a relationship around this time. And that's because the full moons in general are about a culmination point or something reaching its peak. And also, of course, they can be about the ending of a cycle, but I'll get to that in a moment. So some of you may be entering into a relationship around the time of the 25th of January, plus or minus a couple of weeks. But because there is this opposition to Pluto and this square to Jupiter, there may be people who sort of disapprove of this new relationship that's forming. And because of the square to Jupiter in your second house, this could be due to financial reasons or a perceived difference in your personal set of values between you and this person that you're getting into a relationship with. And on a different note, this disapproval per se could come through because your significant other is from a different cultural background, hence the square to Jupiter, or maybe they're overseas, maybe you're doing long distance, or there could even be a bit of concern over a discrepancy in education level. And again, that would be coming through because of what Jupiter represents as a planet. Now, on a different note, if you're in a relationship, this could be a tense time where arguments kind of blow up out of control just because of that square to Jupiter. Having said that though, truths can be expressed or finally revealed, and Jupiter can bestow you with this blessing of higher knowledge. So even though around the 25th of January, it could be a little bit tense, that doesn't mean that it's a cause for concern. On a different level, and this will be for a select few of you, so please just take this horoscope as it resonates to you. This can indicate the ending of a relationship, but thanks to the square to Jupiter, this is something that will be quite freeing or quite liberating, and it'll be a blessing somehow, and perhaps even a relief. And it might be you who is ending the relationship, and perhaps it's a little bit tricky for you to initiate this conversation or get the ball rolling. Now, on the 25th of March, there will be a full moon eclipse in Libra in your 7th house, and it will be occurring at 5 degrees. So again, 5 degrees is the Leo degree. So somehow this is pertaining to your love life or your romantic situation. So this full moon eclipse is making a trine to Pluto in Aquarius at 1 degrees, and it is opposite Chiron at 18 degrees. So for some of you, this could indicate that you are getting into a relationship from someone from your past due to this South Node influence, or perhaps this is someone you've always had feelings for, but you were never available at the same time or on the same page. This could actually indicate that someone is confessing their love for you, or that they have a crush on you. And due to this trine to Pluto at 1 degrees Aquarius, I see this as a very passionate full moon eclipse. It would be remiss of me not to mention that this can indicate the ending of a relationship, and that's because full moons can indicate endings, and this full moon eclipse is with the South Node, which is about letting go. But if that is the case, I actually see this as a breakup that will be much, much easier for you to handle and to navigate than what you would ordinarily expect, thanks to that trine to Pluto. And in terms of the reason for a possible breakup, if you're in this category, it could be due to family issues or problems. Maybe your parents or family don't agree. Maybe you and your significant other are not on the same page about starting a family. Or it could be that you can't agree on your living circumstances. Again, Aries, I don't want you guys to freak out thinking that, there are all of these breakups on the horizon, because there's definitely a lot of positive astrology transits that indicate getting into new relationships and blessings coming through to those relationships. So that brings me to the total solar eclipse. So this is a new moon eclipse on the 8th of April, and this is in Aries in your 1st house. It is at 19 degrees, which is the Libra degree. So new moon eclipses, especially total solar eclipses, are all about powerful new beginnings taking place. And because this is at the Libra degree, and Venus is also in Aries, so it's together with this eclipse, this indicates to me that many of you Aries, Sun, Moon, and Risings will be entering into relationships around this time, or perhaps you will be meeting a soulmate or meeting someone very special who you end up getting into a relationship with. Because Mercury is conjunct the eclipse and it's retrograde at 24 degrees, I highly suspect that this person will be someone who you've already met before, or you've heard of their name, you have some kind of awareness of them, or perhaps you had a false start before and now you're finally able to move your relationship forward with this individual. And just so you know, the Mercury retrograde in Aries period will be from the 1st of April till the 25th of April, from 27 going back to 15 degrees. So it is covering that eclipse degree. Now, between the 11th and the 4th of August, Venus will be in Leo in your 5th house. This is such a positive time for love and romance. And that is because Venus is the planet of love and relationships. And as I've mentioned before, the 5th house is associated with love and romance and your dating life. The 5th house is more about dating, and the 7th house is more about your relationships that are more serious. So this could be your marriage partner or your significant other, but we'll get to that a little bit later. So from the 11th of July till the 4th of August, Venus will transit your 5th house. For those of you who are in a relationship, this can see you going on lots of dates, having a great time with your significant other. You can feel like the passion and romance in your love life is revived, and maybe you'll even be traveling with your significant other. For those of you who are sort of casually dating someone, this can see you and your, I was going to say significant other, but the person you're in a situationship with, going on more dates together, getting closer, flirting a bit more. Maybe your sex life will be spiced up during this period of time. And, you could develop a crush on someone if you're single. I mean, even if you're in a relationship, let's be real. The Venus through the 5th house represents a time of being flirty, feeling attractive, and having a lot of romantic options. So if you're single, I would recommend that you put yourself out there during this period of time. You may want to get on dating apps. If you get invited to parties, I would recommend that you attend these. And I'm saying this because the 5th house rules over parties and events. And also, you may actually be introduced to someone by a friend of a friend. Now, on the 4th of August, there will be a new moon in Leo in your 5th house at 12 degrees. This new moon is conjunct Venus at 29 degrees Leo. So again, Venus is a planet of love and relationships, and it's at the anaretic degree of 29 degrees. And this indicates that there is a strong connection to your love life with this new moon, right? And 29 degrees is the Leo degree anyway. The new moon's also sextiling Mars at 9 degrees Gemini and Jupiter at 15 degrees Gemini. So this is directly relevant to you because Mars is your ruling planet. So around the 4th of August, you may meet someone new, you could develop a crush, but because this new moon's at 12 degrees, you may be keeping it a secret as it's a Piscean degree. Or maybe you won't even realize that this person that you meet around the 4th of August is someone who later down the track you realize you have feelings for, or maybe they realize that they have feelings for you, but you're sort of in the dark around this time. So definitely watch out for what's happening around the 4th of August, plus or minus 1 or 2 weeks. Because of the sextile to Mars, this could be, Mars and Jupiter in Gemini. This could be someone who is a friend, as it's in your 3rd house, or they could be a foreigner or traveling from overseas, or you could meet them while you were traveling, or this could even be someone from school. Now, between the 14th and the 28th of August, Mercury will be retrograde in Leo from 29 going back to 21 degrees. So this could be the time where you realize you have a crush on someone, or someone tells you that they're into you. If you are in a relationship, you may be rethinking if this is what you really want. You may be thinking about where this relationship is headed and if this is really for you. And you could be having clarifying conversations about the relationship, or important conversations. You may decide that you want to go on a break, or if you've been on a break, this could be you getting back with your partner. And some of you may be getting back with an ex, just generally speaking, and you certainly could be hearing from exes, or maybe you're the one doing the reaching out. And lastly, with Mercury retrograde in your 5th house, if you have paused your dating apps like Tinder or Hinge or Bumble or whatever, you may be returning to those. But if you've been on them up until this period, during the retrograde, you may be like, nah, I'm going to deactivate my account. I'm not into this. Now, between the 29th of August and the 22nd of September, Venus will be transiting Libra in your 7th house. So we've got the ruler of the 7th in the 7th house, which is very, very positive for love and romance and relationships. If you are in this is more for people who are already in relationships, okay? So this can indicate that this is a time of peace and harmony and balance that is being restored to your relationship with your significant other. You could be taking your relationship to the next level. And because Venus rules out your 2nd house, you and your partner may be ironing out issues that you have with finances and resources, or perhaps this will be pertaining to your personal set of values. In any case, this goes for all Aries. Having Venus in your 7th house can indicate that there are people who are romantically interested in you. Maybe they want to take things to the next level with you. And to be fair, this could indicate that you're going on dates during this time, even if you're single, or getting asked out on dates. Now, on the 2nd of October, there will be a new moon eclipse in Libra, and this will be occurring at 10 degrees. Okay, so anytime we have a new moon eclipse in the 7th house, this is such a high key indicator of developments taking place in your romance department, in your relationship sector. So for you guys, this could indicate that you are taking this relationship to another level. So if you're casually dating, maybe you're entering into a relationship. If you're already in one, maybe you're announcing it and telling other people that you're in a relationship. This could even indicate a proposal, or for some of you, getting married, especially because 10 degrees in astrology represents our public status and our public standing and making things known. So it's about a prominent and visible change of status to your love life. To be fair, it could indicate that you are announcing that you've been through a breakup. You could be going through a breakup at this time, or you could have already gone through one, but it's not public knowledge yet, and now you're letting other people know. Now, on the 3rd of November, Mars, which is your ruling planet, will be entering the sign of Leo. So it will be transiting your 5th house. So again, that's from the 3rd of November. And this is relevant because wherever Mars goes, whatever Mars is doing, this represents you and where you're taking action in your life, and what area of your life is really highlighted for you. So on the 6th of December, Mars will actually be stationing retrograde at 6 degrees in Leo, and then it's going to retrograde back into Cancer from January 6th in 2025. So when we've got our chart ruler going through the 5th house and retrograde, this can indicate a time of discord or tension with your significant other, especially because Mars can represent arguments. So for some of you, you may be reconsidering if you want to be in this relationship, but for others of you, this can be a time of make or break where you're actually figuring out your differences with your significant other and ironing these out so that you can get onto the same page. And for those of you who have sort of been in a situationship, meaning that you're in something casual that's not really official, Mars being retrograde in the 5th house can see you actually figuring out what you and this other person are doing. And if with respect to the connection, like, are we dating? Are we not dating? And for those of you who have been single for a really long time, this could indicate that you are re-entering the dating world. So Aries, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy the rest of your 2024, and I'll see you guys next time. Hi Taurus, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. The good news for us Taurians, yes, I'm a Taurus Sun myself, is that Jupiter will be transiting the sign of Taurus, well, basically from May 2023 through till the end of May in 2024. But from the 1st of January, Jupiter will be at 5 degrees Taurus. Jupiter rules over things like education, travel, and our belief systems. So that includes religious beliefs or religion in general, spirituality, as well as the legal system, and Jupiter also rules over marriages. So with Jupiter in the sign of Taurus, you may meet someone who you become romantically interested in or who you even end up in a relationship with via traveling. So perhaps you meet this person while you are traveling, or it could be that you meet someone who is of a different cultural background, who is perhaps traveling in your country or the country where you are currently residing in. You may meet this person while you are studying, so this could be at college or university, or perhaps this person has a Jupiterian career. What I mean by this is they could be a travel agent, they could be a tourist guide. They could be a teacher or a mentor or even a lawyer. On a different level, Jupiter transiting your ascendant sun or moon sign could indicate that you are getting married during this period of time, or perhaps you could be getting pregnant. That would more so be the case if Jupiter was conjunct your ascendant or your moon, less so your sun sign, but nevertheless it could happen if you're a Taurus sun. So like I said before, Jupiter can bestow blessings in all different areas of your life, but having it transit your first house can certainly indicate that a relationship is afoot. Now, if you are already in a relationship with someone, this could indicate that you are traveling with your significant other, or that there is a blessing that you are experiencing on your relationship. And if Jupiter is transiting your sun sign, so if you are a Taurus sun, around the time that Jupiter is conjunct your Taurus sun, this could indicate that a significant blessing is coming through in your partner's life, especially if they are male or if they have a lot of masculine energy. And if you are a Taurus moon, when Jupiter conjuncts your moon, this could indicate that your significant other, if they are female or if they have a lot of feminine energy, could be experiencing a blessing in their life. And if this is your female partner, they could be, and you're a Taurus moon, they could be getting pregnant when Jupiter conjuncts your moon, because the moon represents the significant feminine in your life, or the significant female. So just take that as it resonates. So that's what you can expect with Jupiter transiting the sign of Taurus. Look, even if nothing happens romantically speaking for you during this period of time, I certainly anticipate there to be some kind of really big blessing for you as a Taurus in another area of your life. But now let's have a look at the full moon in Virgo in your 5th house. which is taking place on the 24th of February. So this will be occurring at 5 degrees, which is the Leo degree. And the Leo degree is associated with love and romance. So the fact that this is taking place at 5 degrees in your 5th house, you know, it directly indicates that there is something occurring here. Of course, this is a general horoscope, but like I said, it's highlighting your romantic life. So full moons indicate the ending of a chapter, the closing out of a cycle, or a situation reaching its peak or a culmination point, or at the very least, something being illuminated for us. So with this full moon making a beautiful trine to Jupiter in Taurus in your 1st house, somehow, to me, this indicates that there is a blessing coming through with the full moon. Also, it will be opposing Mercury at 2 degrees Pisces and Saturn at 9 degrees Pisces. So there is a positive aspect here and then a little bit of a tense aspect. Nevertheless, this can indicate that for those of you who have just been casually dating someone, you may be entering into a relationship during this period of time. The opposition to Saturn indicates that you could be solidifying this or making a promise. So maybe you are deciding that you want to become exclusive, or you are grounding your relationship somehow, or perhaps they could be older than you. Having said that, it's opposite Mercury. So it's possible that if you're entering into a relationship that there is an age gap of about 7 years. Could be higher or lower, doesn't have to be, but you know, if I had to put money on it, I'd say that there is a little bit of an age gap there. On a different level, you could just be discussing your future together, because we do have Saturn at 9 degrees, so it could be that you're making plans with this other person. Even if nothing's coming of it now, it's like you're deciding that this is what you want at some point down the track. So like I said, you could be making a relationship official, you could be making it exclusive. Because of the trine to Jupiter at 10 degrees, you know, you could already be in a relationship, but maybe it's a secret and maybe you are announcing it or making it public knowledge around this period of time. If you were single, you may be finding out that a friend has a crush on you, or you could be disclosing that you have a crush on someone or that you have feelings for another person. If you are telling someone around this time, if you're plucking up the courage to do so, it does look like it will be received well. But you know, obviously I want to give a broad and varied horoscope because there are a lot of people watching this. This full moon can indicate that you're finally moving on from someone. Okay, so you're free of the feels, you no longer have this crush, maybe this relationship or this preoccupation with another individual had quite a strong grip on you, and now you're like, I can let this go. I no longer have feelings. I'm no longer ruminating on the past, whether this was a crush or a relationship or something that didn't work out. Now, on the 23rd of April, there will be a full moon in Scorpio at 4 degrees in your 7th house. So with this full moon, it is making a tense square to Pluto in Aquarius at 2 degrees. But having said that, the ruler of the full moon is Mars, and Mars is making a beautiful sextile to Jupiter, which again is a planet of blessings, and also it's making a sextile to Uranus. So it does look like there are important conversations being had with your significant other if you are in a relationship. So this could be about family because the full moon's at 4 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, or it could possibly be about property, or perhaps it is about finances and resources, or maybe you are finding out that your significant other is pregnant. You could be looking at moving in together or starting a family together, or you could be having important conversations about having starting a family or expanding your family. If you are single or just casually dating someone, this could be a period of time where emotions are running high when you're thinking about your living circumstances. Maybe you're thinking about whether or not you want to start a family. To be fair, even if you are not in a relationship, this is a transit that highlights that you may be finding out that someone you were sexually involved with is pregnant, and maybe they are letting you know this information, or perhaps you are the one that's pregnant and you are having to tell the other person about this news. Look, full moons and new moons don't always have to be so impactful and life-altering. It could just be that there are fears about these subjects or insecurities, which, Moon in Scorpio represents, that's bubbling up to the surface. So even if nothing is happening on a material level or on a tangible level, it could just be that, you are thinking really deeply about these areas of your life during this full moon, which again is on the 23rd of April, so plus or minus a couple of weeks. Moving along though, one of the most exciting astrological events of the year for you, Taurus, will be the Jupiter-Venus conjunction, which is occurring at 29 degrees Taurus on the 23rd of May. So Jupiter and Venus only form this conjunction once a year, and because Jupiter hasn't been in Taurus for about 12 years, you will not have experienced this in the last decade. Jupiter and Venus are both considered to be the greater and lesser benefic planets, respectively speaking. So when the two of them come together, this is some beautiful, profound blessing which is being bestowed on us. And this is actually exactly conjunct my Taurus sun, so I'm very much looking forward to this. But this is great for all Taurians because Venus is your ruling planet, and it is also the planet that rules over love and relationships. So if you have been single for a long time, or it doesn't even have to be a long time, but let's just say, if there's no one in your life, romantically speaking, this Jupiter-Venus conjunction could usher someone into your life. So you could meet someone very, very special who you have a beautiful connection with, romantically speaking. If you already have someone in your life, this could be that the two of you want to take things to the next level. You could be making long-term plans together for your future. Honestly, this could actually be a marriage proposal, or maybe some of you are getting married or even choosing to elope at this time. On a different level, this could indicate for some of you that you are just feeling a lot more hopeful and optimistic about your love life and about relationships in general. So even if no one is in your life at this point in time, this Jupiter-Venus conjunction indicates that you could be having a powerful epiphany when it comes to how to heal your heart and how to be open to welcoming love into your life. So lastly, this Jupiter-Venus conjunction could indicate that you may actually be getting pregnant around this time. So perhaps you and your significant other will be expecting after this conjunction takes place. In any case, Taurus, if this conjunction doesn't play out for you on a romantic front, just know that it will bring through some kind of powerful blessing in another area of your life. What do I want to look at next? Okay, let's have a quick chat about Mercury retrograde in Virgo. So this will be between the 5th and 14th of August. So Mercury will be retrograde at 4 degrees Virgo. Then on the 14th of August, it will go back into the sign of Leo. So the Taurians who will be affected the most will be those between 0 and 4 degrees. And with Mercury retrograde here, you may just be rethinking your relationship. Are you happy? Are you on the same page? You may be hearing back from an ex. You may be reaching out to someone that you used to be romantically involved with. Some of you may be getting back with an ex. Even if you're not getting into a relationship, this could just be a casual hookup. And on a different note, you could have feelings bubble back up to the surface. like romantic feelings for someone that you thought that you were over, or an ex, even if you don't reach out to them. Or you could just be thinking about a past relationship or a previous relationship. If you are in a relationship already, you and your partner could just be having clarifying conversations about your relationship. Where are we going? What are we doing? With Mercury ruling over your 5th house and your 2nd house, maybe you're having conversations about kids or starting a family or expanding a family, or you could be having important conversations about finances and resources. Now, between the 4th and the 29th of August, Venus is going to transit your 5th house, which is great news. And that is because the 5th house is associated with romance and love, and it's your chart ruler. So really, this is going to be what you are focused on. So if you're already in a relationship, this is a beautiful time for you and your significant other. You could be going out on lots of dates, having a great time together. There could be lots of romance. You could even be traveling with your partner. If you've been experiencing a lot of discord with your significant other, or tension or arguments, this can see you getting things back on track and enjoying your time with your partner. And you may also be looking at starting a family. So this could be a period of time where you decide that you either want to start a family or expand your family further. If you are single, this can see you having an intense period of flirtations. So this could be with one other individual, or this could be with several individuals. Venus through the 5th house indicates that there are, romantic prospects and suitors, or you may feel like you're developing a crush on someone. You could be feeling more attractive because Venus rules over your 6th house, which is Libra. This could be someone that you work with, and maybe someone at work has a crush on you. Maybe you have a crush on someone that you work with, or a client. And with Venus going through the 5th house, I would recommend that if you are wanting to meet someone, that you're putting yourself out there, that you're going out to parties and events, which the 5th house rules over, especially if these are office parties, so work-related events. And on a different note, with Venus going through the 5th house, you may decide that you want to get onto dating apps, or there could just be a lot more activity on there. Now, between the 22nd of September and the 17th of October, Venus is going to transit the sign of Scorpio in your 7th house. So the 7th house rules over our relationships, it rules over marriage. It's more serious when compared with the 5th house, which is more about casual dating. So this can indicate that for those of you who are in relationships, that you can experience peace and harmony and balance being restored to your relationship, especially if you've been experiencing arguments or disagreements. You may be taking your relationship to the next level. You may be looking at making things official, and perhaps this is with someone that you work with. Because once again, Venus does rule over your 6th house. Even if you're not in a relationship, with Venus, which is your ruling planet, transiting your 7th house, you could be putting your feelings out there with another person. Maybe you are the one who is suggesting that you take things to another level, romantically speaking. So with the once again, that's the 22nd of September through till the 17th of October. Lastly, let's have a look at the new moon in Scorpio in your 7th house, which is occurring on the 1st of November, and this will be at 9 degrees. When I was looking at this new moon, I was just absolutely blown away because there are just so many incredible aspects going on. There are 2 kites. There's a mystic rectangle. This really looks like such a profound new moon in Scorpio. I'm not even going to be able to unpack it all in this horoscope. I'm just going to make a little mental reminder to myself to do a special video, perhaps just on this one new moon alone. So in a nutshell, with this new moon occurring at 9 degrees in Scorpio in your 7th house, to me, this indicates that there is a profound new cycle or new chapter starting in your life. To me, this is all about breaking cycles, and this is about envisioning a totally different future for yourself. Whether this is you as a single person and realizing that you're able to perhaps break the cycle of abuse or break, it's 1:11 p.m. right now as I'm filming this. So maybe this is about breaking patterns or cycles that you've experienced in past relationships, or perhaps this is to do with what you've experienced or what you have witnessed in your family for generations gone by. To me, something very mystical and special is occurring with this new moon, and perhaps this is for those of you who are in a relationship already, about seeing a brighter future with your partner, or understanding how to break out of certain toxic patterns or cycles where it's about, which maybe pertain to having the same old arguments being dredged up again and again and again. I would say that this is an incredibly powerful time for manifestation. Okay, so even if you're single or if you're in a relationship, it doesn't matter. Around this period of time, I would definitely be writing down what kind of a relationship you want to call into your life. So if you are single, this could be one where it's healthy and based on unconditional love and support. If you're in a relationship already, maybe you're wanting to manifest more love in your relationship, more sex, more mutual support, whatever it is. This is a really powerful time for you to redirect the course of your future for all of your future relationships to come, or your existing one. So again, this is on the 1st of November, and yeah, that's where I'm going to leave it, Taurus. I think that's a really powerful note to leave it on. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your 2024. I'm wishing you many blessings for the year ahead, and I will see you in my next video. Hi Gemini, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. Good news for us Geminis. We're going to have Jupiter transiting our sign for more than 6 months of the year. So basically, as of the 25th of May in 2024, Jupiter will leave Taurus and enter the sign of Gemini, and it will be there until the 9th of June in 2025. Obviously, I'm only focusing on 2024 for this horoscope. So just to let you know that Jupiter will be transiting the degrees of 0 through 21. So these are the Geminis who will be feeling this the most strongly. Now, the last time Jupiter was in Gemini was in 2012 and 2013. So this transit only happens once every 12 years or so. And it is a very, very lucky time, full of blessings, good fortune and abundance, and that is because this is what Jupiter rules over. It is considered to be the luckiest planet in astrology and is often referred to as the greater benefic planet. So when Jupiter transits your sign, this can be a time of blessings in all different areas of your life, but obviously as this is your love horoscope, we're going to focus on that for today. So if you are single and looking to meet someone, you can meet them through Jupiterian activities, or this individual may have Jupiterian qualities or a Jupiterian career. So what I mean by that is that Jupiter rules over travel, higher education, as well as your belief systems. So this represents spirituality, religion, and it is also a planet which rules over marriage. So some of you Geminis may be meeting a romantic partner while you are traveling. You could have a fling, even if it doesn't necessarily turn into something serious, or perhaps you are meeting someone of a different cultural background who's maybe traveling your country, and they could be on a holiday, they could be working, they could be on a visa. It doesn't matter, you know, if it is related to travel, then that is an avenue through which you may meet them, or they may be a travel agent or a tourist guide. Now, like I said, Jupiter rules over education as well. So some Geminis may be meeting someone while they are studying. So maybe you're at college or university, or this person could have a teaching profession. So they could be a teacher, a mentor, a professor, or they could even just work at a university. Now, you could meet this person through some kind of religious group or practice, or spiritual group or practice, or they could be very religious or spiritual in nature themselves. Let's be real, this person could just be a Sagittarius or a Pisces sun, moon, or rising. Now, because Jupiter rules over your 10th house, you could meet them through your career, through work. They could also maybe own their own company, or be involved in import and export somehow, or they could be involved in publishing, or this individual could be a lawyer or a judge. Again, these are all Jupiterian careers. Now, with Jupiter transiting your sign, this could indicate that you are getting married, okay, or perhaps proposed to. And I would say that this is more likely the case if Jupiter is making an exact conjunction to you as a Gemini. If you are a Gemini moon, when Jupiter conjuncts your moon, this could indicate you getting pregnant, or it could indicate your partner getting pregnant, or you could be getting someone pregnant even if you're not together. So just be careful around the time of Jupiter conjuncting your moon. If you're a Gemini sun, Jupiter conjuncting your sun can indicate that your partner may receive a significant blessing on their life. And generally speaking, the moon rules over women in our life, or people with strong feminine energy, and the sun rules over men or people with strong masculine energy. So take that as it resonates in terms of Jupiter conjuncting your sun. So if your partner is male or has a lot of masculine energy, maybe they're receiving a blessing in their life when Jupiter conjuncts your sun, and vice versa when Jupiter conjuncts your moon. I hope that makes sense. If not, please drop me a comment and I'll explain further. Now, the other transit, which is quite significant to consider for your love horoscope, is the South Node being in Libra in your 5th house. So the 5th house rules over love and romance, and the South Node has been in Libra since July 2023, and it will be in Libra until January 2025. So this is an 18-month transit. Now, with the South Node transiting our 5th house, this can indicate that for some people, it could have dried up your romantic life, or perhaps your sex life. Maybe dating has been very confusing for you, or you haven't really known where you stand with another person that you're romantically involved with. The reason I'm mentioning this is because I want to tell you the good news, which is Jupiter transiting Gemini counteracts this energy, okay? Because, you know, Jupiter is trumping the energy of the South Node in Libra. Just so you know, the South Node going through your 5th house does not mean that you cannot get into a relationship during that period of time. It can indicate that you are actually realizing that someone who is already in your life is incredibly special to you, and that you have a very spiritual connection with them. For others of you, this can actually indicate getting back into a relationship with someone from the past, or you could be finally letting go of a past relationship or moving on. So the South Node can indicate letting go. Okay, so it's like if you had been really hung up on an individual, or if you've wanted to break up with someone for a long time, the South Node going through Libra in your 5th house can indicate that you're finally ready to just move on and let go of this connection once and for all. So now I want to have a look at the full moons and new moons in your 5th and 7th houses, as well as Venus transiting those houses. So first and foremost, on the 25th of January, 25th of March, there will be a full moon eclipse in Libra in your 5th house at 5 degrees. So 5 degrees is the Leo degree in astrology, so it rules over love and romance, and of course the 5th house rules over this anyway. So because the full moon eclipse, or full moons are about letting something go, and eclipses are basically, well, full moon eclipses are like full moons on steroids. If you are in a relationship with another person, this can indicate that you're letting go of issues, especially if these are related to family matters or property matters. And I'm saying that because at the time of the eclipse, the South Node, which is in Libra, will be at 16 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, which rules over property and family matters. This full moon is making a beautiful trine to Pluto at 1 degrees Aquarius. So there is some profoundly transformative experience that is coming through with this full moon eclipse. Sometimes full moon eclipses are more about what's happening on an emotional level rather than what's happening on a physical level. So I do see that this is a beautiful time for healing. Whether you're in a relationship or not, this is like healing from past relationships, past romantic or sexual connections. Now, you're able to finally just release this, learn from the experience, and move on. To be fair, some of you may be ending a relationship during this period of time. So again, the 25th of March, plus or minus about a month. And if that is the case, I see this as being nowhere near as difficult as what you would normally anticipate for a breakup. And that is because of the trine to Pluto, which is helping you to just let go and recognize why you need to go through this transformative experience. For some of you, this could indicate being unexpectedly pregnant or getting pregnant around this time. And we've got 4 indicators for that. 1 is the full moon eclipse itself. 2 is that the full moon's at 5 degrees, which rules over children. Then we've got the fact that the South Node is at 16 degrees, which is a Cancer degree, which rules over family. And the South Node can represent that something is hidden or something is obscured. Then lastly, we've got Pluto, which rules over fertility and is connected to pregnancy. Okay, so some of you may be unexpectedly pregnant around this time. Or maybe, you know, even if you're trying to get pregnant, you just don't know that it's happening around this time. And others of you may be giving birth around this time. I know this is a love horoscope, but you know, this is all sort of interconnected. So on a different level, you can just move on in a healthier way in all kinds of different levels of your romantic experience. So whether you're single, in a relationship, casually dating someone, if you're not moving on from the relationship yourself, then you're moving past a period of difficulty and hardship. So let's move on to the full moon in Sagittarius on the 23rd of May. So this will be taking place in your 7th house at 2 degrees. And this full moon is making some very interesting aspects. It's making an exact sextile to Pluto in Aquarius at 2 degrees. And it is also going to be making an opposition to Venus conjunct Jupiter in Taurus, which will be at 29 degrees. So even though it's out of sign, this is a 3-degree orb, which is very, very close. So full moons are all about the ending of a chapter or a cycle, or having an epiphany or realization or something reaching a culmination point. And it can also be a cause for celebration, especially because this full moon is only making positive aspects. And the fact that it is opposing Venus conjunct Jupiter is just wow. Okay, so this can indicate that some of you will be entering into a relationship around the 23rd of May, plus or minus a couple of weeks. Again, this is an indicator for getting pregnant. I would say this is more so the case if you are a Gemini between 0 degrees and about 5 degrees, or it could be your significant other who's getting pregnant. And if you are single, this is a beautiful, beautiful full moon for really understanding what your full worth is, what you deserve in a relationship, and realizing what you want, and just having the power to say no to what is no longer in alignment with you or for you, because you're realizing that you don't want to settle for less. Now, Venus will be transiting Libra in your 5th house between the 29th of August and the 22nd of September. So the 5th house is all about love, romance, and dating, and Venus rules over love and relationships and dating as well. So Venus going through the 5th house is a really lovely time for romance, no matter whether you're in a relationship or not. If you are in a relationship, this can see you and your significant other going on lots of dates, enjoying romance, maybe wining and dining each other, or just reigniting the spark in your relationship and really enjoying each other's company. And some of you may even be going on holidays together with your partner, but during this time, which again is the 29th of August through till the 22nd of September, or perhaps you're bonding over creative projects and artistic pursuits. Now, this can see some of you feeling more attractive. If you're single, maybe you are developing a crush on someone. This could be someone that you meet at a party or even a spiritual event, because Venus rules over your 12th house. So you could meet them through parties or events, but they could be connected to 12th house matters, such as spirituality or something artistic in nature. If you are single, you may decide that you want to put yourself out there. You may be getting asked out on dates. You may be going on dates or attending parties. If there are opportunities for you to attend parties or go out dancing or go to any kind of event, and you're wanting to meet someone, then I would recommend that you take up this opportunity. So now let's have a look at the new moon eclipse in Libra in your 5th house, 10 degrees on the 2nd of October. So new moon eclipses are like new moons, but on steroids. Now, to be fair, this new moon is making a tense square to Mars in Cancer. But the good news is that Mars in Cancer is making a grand trine with Venus in Scorpio, which is the ruler of the full moon, the new moon eclipse, I mean to say, and also Saturn in Pisces at 14 degrees. So just to expand on what that means, I see this as a new chapter could be starting in your love life. You could be meeting someone new. To be fair, it could be that this person's already in your life because the new moon eclipse is with the South Node. So they could be someone from your past, someone that you had a false start with. It doesn't have to be though. You could be, like I said, meeting someone new, but maybe your family disagrees with the square to Mars in Cancer, or because Cancer rules over your property and living circumstances, there could be issues pertaining to long distance, or maybe you live far away from each other, or maybe you have commitments to your family or vice versa, or there's just issues with property matters which are impacting taking your relationship to the next level. On a different note, it could just be that you're not seeing this person as frequently as you want. Again, this could be due to you having family commitments or them. On a different note, because this new moon eclipse is at 10 degrees, you could be announcing your intentions to make this relationship official, or you could be saying to your person that you're dating, hey, let's make this official. Or even if things are official, maybe you haven't told certain people in your life and you're like, we need to tell family, or we need to tell friends, and there could be a little bit of pressure from you or them to do this. On a different level, some of you may be healing from the end of a relationship, and maybe you're just finally feeling confident and proud of where things are at. So maybe you've kept your divorce under wraps. Maybe you are going through a separation and you haven't told anyone, or a breakup, and now you're making it public knowledge. And some of you may be plucking up the courage to tell your family about something important that you've decided about your relationship status. And even if for some of you Geminis, around this time there's absolutely no one in the picture, it could be that you're actually telling your family about your sexual preferences or your sexual identity. So or maybe you're telling your family, hey, I don't believe in marriage, or I actually do believe in divorce. Or maybe you're telling them what your intentions are with having a family. So it could be that you're saying, hey, you know, I'm not interested in having children, or I want to adopt kids, or foster children rather than having biological children. Or it could just be related to family matters. So those are a few different ways that that could play out. Now let's take a look at Venus transiting Sagittarius in your 7th house. So this will be occurring between the 17th of October and the 11th of November. Whenever Venus goes through our 5th or 7th houses, this is a great time for restoring balance and relationship to balance and harmony and peace in our relationships. So you could be smoothing out some rough edges in your existing relationship. You could be taking things to a new level with your significant other. You could be asking someone out on a date, or someone could be asking you out on a date. It doesn't have to necessarily be dating. It could just be that someone is saying, hey, I'm seriously interested in you, or vice versa. Now, if this relationship was a secret with Venus ruling over your 12th house, you could now be making it public knowledge. And for those of you who are in relationships, you and your significant other could be bonding over 12th house matters, or 12th house themes and tropes such as yoga, meditation, spirituality, or something to do with music, or something artistic in nature, or even film or poetry. So moving along, on the 15th, between the 25th of November and the 15th of December, Mercury will be retrograde in Sagittarius in your 7th house, and this will be between 22 going back to 6 degrees Sagittarius. So the Geminis who will be most affected will be those between 6 and 22 degrees. Nevertheless, it will affect all Geminis. So this can indicate that you and your significant other are changing your mind or rethinking decisions that you had made regarding property matters. So your living circumstances, this could be about renovations, where you want to live. Maybe you're thinking about relocating back to somewhere where you used to live, or where one of you used to live, probably you, because Mercury is your ruling planet. This can indicate having important conversations about family, whether this is how to navigate family dynamics with your immediate family. This could be about parenting. This could be about whether you want to start a family or expand your family further. And for others of you, if you've been through a period of long distance, you could be trying to figure out how to put an end to that. If you are single, this could be a time where you are speaking to your ex or hearing back from them. Could even be more than one ex-partner or ex-lover. And Mercury retrograde will be playing a part in the new moon in Sagittarius in your 7th house, which will take place on the 1st of December. So this will be at 9 degrees. So looking at this new moon in your 7th house, first of all, new moons are all about a new chapter taking place, or planting the seed to see something new in your life. To be fair, because this new moon is conjunct Mercury, which will be retrograde at 20 degrees, I see this as involving something that you've already been considering or already been thinking about. Now, this new moon is making a pretty wide T-square, but a T-square nevertheless, to Saturn and Jupiter. So Saturn is squaring the new moon, and it is squaring Jupiter. Then Jupiter is opposing the new moon as well as Mercury retrograde. You don't have to hold all of these transits in your head at once. I'm just mentioning it for those who are more advanced and who want that level of detail. If you're in a relationship already, this can indicate that you're finally deciding to move forward with a decision that you had previously planned or discussed, but you may need to pivot or make some changes to that. This could involve starting a family or starting a business together because of that opposition to Jupiter at 17 degrees Gemini, or it could be to do with your plans to travel or to live abroad perhaps, or this could be, this could represent that there are delays or some sort of red tape or pushback from an authority figure or someone who's like an older figure in your life who's disagreeing with you and your significant other about your plans for the future. Even if you're not in a relationship, you know, the way that this can play out is that if you're casually dating someone, you could be restarting this relationship, wiping the slate clean and deciding, what are we? Are we together? Are we not? Are we exclusive? Are we not? What do you want in your future? You know, are you interested in travel? Are you interested in starting a family or a business together? Do we have shared things in common and interests and hobbies? You know, these are all things that could be playing a part of what happens next. You could be restarting a relationship, getting back together with an ex, trying to make things work. And if you're single and there's no movement on the relationship front, this could indicate that you're realizing what significant changes you need to make going forward, thanks to this new moon at 9 degrees, which is looking at the future. And this involves you transforming your life somehow because of the conjunction to Mercury, which is your ruling planet, which is at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, which is the sign of transformation itself. So this is like, if I want to, you know, get into a relationship going forward, what kind of a relationship do I want? You know, why has this not happened for me just yet? Are there important changes that I can make to call this into my life? So that could be a very pivotal inflection point for you. And I just want to note that this new moon is making a beautiful trine to Mars in Leo at 5 degrees. So this indicates that you have the willpower, you're independent, you're feeling motivated, you can go out and do these things and make these changes. You know, you and your significant other, if you're in a relationship, you know, you're on the same page, or at least you can get on the same page and move forward with your relationship in a healthy way that benefits both parties. And so Gemini, that's all I have for you for your horoscope, your love sign horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Wishing you many blessings for the year ahead, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Cancer, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. I've got good news for you guys, and that is that Pluto is finally finishing up in the sign of Capricorn in 2024. And basically Pluto has been in Capricorn in your 7th house since 2008. And it takes nearly 250 years to go through the whole zodiac. So not every single person will even experience Pluto going through their 7th house in their lifetime, but as Cancerians, you guys have experienced this. So whichever house Pluto is transiting, this is where we are undergoing an enormous transformation. And because the 7th house rules over relationships as well as marriage, for you guys, this indicates that there's been a huge chapter of basically transforming the way that you relate to other people in all of your personal relationships, not just your romantic ones. However, of course, because this is a love horoscope, that is what we are focusing on today. So Pluto will re-enter Aquarius on the 21st of January in 2024. So right now, as I'm filming this on the 8th of December, Pluto is in Capricorn, and it will go into Aquarius on the 21st of January. And then the last stint of Pluto in Capricorn is from the 2nd of September till the 19th of November in 2024. And it will only be at 29 degrees, which is that critical degree, that anaretic degree. So you could be finishing up an incredible period of transformation, really, when it comes to your relationships. To be fair, between the 2nd of September and the 19th of November, this may be a critical period of time in your relationship where it's make or break. Are we staying together? You know, are we going to break up? Are we going to go through a divorce? Or are we going to wipe the slate clean and just start again and start afresh? And for those of you who have been single for a really long time, perhaps even since 2008, Pluto leaving the sign of Capricorn in your 7th house indicates that this period of inactivity on the relationship department may be put behind you. In any case, there may be some fears and insecurities cropping up, let's say between now and the 21st of January, and again between the 2nd of September and the 19th of November. But, you know, once you come out the other side of that, this will have breathed new life into your relationship, if you are in a relationship and if you're staying together, if you're choosing to. And for others of you, this can see you overcoming fears or blockages when it comes to allowing yourself to be vulnerable and open up to other people, and, you know, allow yourself to be intimate with other people. So let's have a look at some of the new moons and the full moons for this year. On the 11th of January in 2024, there will be a new moon in Capricorn at 7 degrees. A new moon in Capricorn in your 7th house at 20 degrees. So what's very interesting about this new moon is that we've also got Mars in Capricorn at 5 degrees and Pluto in Capricorn at 29 degrees. So both 5 degrees and 29 degrees are the Leo degree in astrology, which pertains to love and romance. And with this new moon taking place at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, somehow there is an element of profound transformation during this period of time. So some other aspects that this new moon is making. One is a trine to Uranus in Taurus at 9 degrees. And then we've also got the ruler of the new moon, which is Saturn, at 4 degrees, Pisces, making a sextile to Mars and a sextile to Jupiter in Taurus. So we do have some beautiful, helpful aspects alongside this new moon. And to me, this indicates that for those of you who are in relationships, you can be transforming your relationship and taking it to the next level. With the positive aspects coming from Saturn, this indicates that you may be making things more solid. You may be making your relationship exclusive, or it just feels more grounded and concrete. Because the new moon is at 20 degrees Scorpio, you could be combining your resources together. And perhaps some of you may be making decisions that impact the both of you with respect to property. And that's because Saturn is at 4 degrees, or perhaps starting a family or expanding a family, or, you know, making healthy decisions about how to approach parenting, or what decisions you want to be making for you and your family. It doesn't have to be related to family and property. For some of you, you may decide that you want to start a business together, or you might take up some kind of hobby or shared activity with Mars at 5 degrees trining Jupiter at 5 degrees. And this could be something that brings you closer together and that reignites the spark in your relationship. And, 5 degrees, which is the Leo degrees connected to sex, and of course 20 degrees being the Scorpio degrees also associated with sex. So this could be reigniting the spark in your sex life. If you are single, this could indicate that a new sexual or intimate relationship could be starting around this time. And even if that is not the case and you are single, so there's no one in the picture, this can indicate you deciding to take drastic action to transform your personal set of circumstances when it comes to your relationships and your love life in general. So you could be wanting to try and manifest a relationship into your life. I know some people are sort of about the term manifestation, but let's say calling a relationship into your life. So you may recognize that there are certain things that you need to change and fears and blockages that you need to overcome if that's something that you want to see come into your life. And for those of you who are sort of casually seeing someone, this can indicate that things accelerate and just speed up really, really quickly. And I'm saying that because a new moon at the Scorpio degree and trining Uranus, which, both signs are connected to things happening quickly, this can indicate that acceleration. So let's move along. On the 23rd of April, there will be a full moon in Scorpio in your 5th house at 4 degrees. So this particular full moon is making a tense square to Pluto in Aquarius at 2 degrees. And having said that, there are positive aspects related to this full moon, and that is because we've got the ruler of the full moon being at 24 degrees Pisces, and it's making a beautiful sextile to Jupiter and Uranus. And Jupiter is a planet which represents blessings and good fortune and good luck. So with this full moon taking place in your 5th house, which is connected to dating and romance as well as children, you could be having important conversations about family, about whether you want to have a family or expand your family further. This could indicate you or your partner getting pregnant, or you could be moving in together or talking about moving in together around this time. That doesn't have to be the case though. For others of you, this could be having important conversations about your property and living circumstances, or even just the family dynamics, like whether you can do things to improve relations with your family or with their family. There may be some tense conversations or even disagreements about finances and resources with that square to Pluto in Aquarius, so just be mindful of that. If you are single and there's no one in the picture, or even if there is someone that you're sort of interested in, this can indicate that you're deciding that your living situation has to change. And I'm saying that because the full moon's at 4 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, which rules over property and living circumstances. So you could be deciding that your living situation has to change for you to be happy with your romantic life. I'll give you a couple of hypothetical examples. Maybe you live with your parents and your parents are, not supportive of you dating, or they don't approve of the kinds of people that you're interested in. And you're like, okay, I'm going to have to move out. For example, you could be gay and your parents are like against that. And you're like, if I want to pursue relationships or same-sex relationships, then I'm going to have to move out of home. Another way that this could play out is that you could live in a really, really remote area, and you're like, I'm not going to meet someone if I'm, living at the top of a mountain and I only go out and socialize, once every month. So Obviously, those are very drastic examples, but I hope that you catch my drift. Even if that's not the case for you guys who are single and watching this, 4 degrees represents the Cancer degree, which rules over your emotions, and Pluto at 2 degrees rules over your personal set of values. So your emotional health and well-being could be at odds with what your personal set of values are. For example, you could feel like it wouldn't be right for me to enter into a relationship or date someone when I'm not feeling the best emotionally speaking. So those 2 things could be cropping up for you at this point in time. It doesn't have to like impact anything in an external way. It could just be how you're feeling emotionally speaking. Now, on the 22nd of June, there will be a full moon in Capricorn at 1 degree in your 7th house. So this full moon will be opposing Venus in Cancer at 5 degrees and Mercury in Cancer at 9 degrees. So with this one, first of all, Venus at 5 degrees Cancer represents that Leo degree. So that's ruling over your romantic life and your love life. But 1 degrees is the Aries degree, which represents tension and discord, and it can also represent arguments as well as independence. Okay, so for some of you guys, you could be deciding that this relationship isn't for you, right? And because the moon is your ruling planet and it's in your 7th house, I do see this as you being the one to initiate that action or take that stance. So some of you may decide that you want to walk away from your relationship or from your marriage or the person that you are dating. And for others of you, this could indicate that you are having important realizations about your romantic life, your preferences when it comes to what kind of person you want to be with, perhaps even your sexual preferences as well. And so this 1 degree full moon could indicate that you're taking bold action towards that. So you could be like, I don't care what my family say, I don't care what other people think, I'm interested in this person and I'm going to make it known. This could even indicate you taking a bit of a risk, taking a gamble and revealing your feelings to someone that you're interested in. So this could even indicate that you are making the first move. So for those of you who are in a relationship and you're experiencing this full moon, this can indicate you taking that first step towards maybe wanting to start a family with this 5 degrees, or perhaps this is about you starting a business together, or you're going to your partner and you're saying, you know, what do you think of this idea? Now, because it's a full moon, I see this as something that's already in motion, okay? It's not like brand new information. It's something that's been cooking for, if not the last month, then maybe the last 6 months, or maybe even from 18 months ago. So this could be you, once again, talking about moving things forward with owning your own business. Maybe you want to close your business if you own one. Some of you may decide that you want to broach the topic of moving abroad together with your partner or with your family, because Mercury is at 9 degrees, which represents travel. Or you could be speaking to your partner about higher education and so on and so forth. So in a nutshell, this is a tense full moon on the 22nd of January. So just guard against arguments blowing up out of control. But, you know, there is this potential for moving forward with hobbies, passions, again, starting a family or expanding a family, or traveling together, whether you're moving abroad or just going on a trip. So between the 22nd of September and the 17th of October, we're going to have Venus in Scorpio in your 5th house. So if you are in a relationship, this can indicate that you're going on lots of dates, you're having a great time. Maybe you are just experiencing more romance, more loving, more sex. You could even be going on a holiday together. And because Venus rules over the 4th house, maybe you're decorating your home together and deriving a lot of enjoyment out of this. You could be entertaining family and friends at your place, having a party with family, with friends, with Venus ruling that 4th house and that 11th house of yours. On a different note, if you're casually dating someone, this can indicate your crush on them or your feelings for them developing further. Or let's just say that there's been flirtations with someone. This can be taking it to the next level and going out on that first date. Because Venus rules your 11th house as well as your 4th house, this could be someone that you've been talking to online and you're deciding to meet up in person. Or maybe you're realizing that you have a crush on your flatmate, or vice versa with Venus ruling the 4th house. If you are single and you're wanting to mingle and meet someone, this is a perfect time to put yourself out there. Get on dating apps if that tickles your fancy, because Venus rules over the 11th house, which represents online dating. If there are opportunities to attend large parties or gatherings or events with Venus ruling the 11th house, I would recommend that you do so, because this is a time where you may meet someone through, like I said, one of those events. You could actually be introduced by a friend or a friend of a friend, or this could be someone who is in a community that you are part of. Now, on the 1st of November, there will be a new moon in Scorpio at 9 degrees in your 5th house. And this is a pretty incredible new moon. I think I'm going to have to do a separate video just on this new moon alone. And that is because there's 2 kites that are formed. There's a mystic rectangle, and it just looks like a really transformative, powerful, and mystical new moon. And because you are a Cancer and the moon rules over you, new moons and full moons affect you more than other signs, right? So with this particular new moon taking place in your 5th house at 9 degrees, I see this as being a cycle breaker for you when it comes to your love life, your sex life, your relationship with your significant other. If you are in a relationship, I see this as an opportunity to completely redefine the parameters of your relationship. So if you've been having issues with your significant other, if you keep having the same fights again and again, or just dredging things up from the past, or even if you just have bad habits that you've fallen into with your significant other, this new moon presents an incredible opportunity to transform beyond your wildest dreams and, you know, what you even would have believed was possible for you and your partner. So it is a great time for manifestation. If you're wanting to change the dynamic of your relationship with your significant other, whether this is to get more on the same page, experience more unconditional love and support and romance in your life, improve your sex life, whatever it is, I would definitely be writing down what you want to manifest into your relationship within the first 24 to 72 hours. Within the first 72 hours of this new moon. So if you are single at this time, the same thing holds true for what you want to manifest, and you can be specific in saying you want to meet someone that you're really physically attracted to, who loves you and supports you unconditionally. You know, maybe you're writing down that you want to not repeat the same cycles of toxic relationships if that's been your experience. So some of you could be meeting someone very, very special around the 1st of November, plus or minus 2 weeks. You could meet them through spirituality, something to do with the occult, something to do with higher education, or even while you are traveling or while this other individual are traveling. I may have said that at the beginning, I can't remember. But in any case, I'm mentioning this because the new moon's at 9 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree. So lastly, let's have a look at Venus in Capricorn in your 7th house. So Venus will transit your 7th house from the 11th of November through till the 7th of December. The 7th house, as I mentioned earlier, is related to your relationships, So committed relationships and marriage. It's 3:33 on the clock right now as I'm filming this. So some of you may be entering into a relationship. There may be a proposal that takes place here. Some of you may just experience peace and harmony and balance being restored into your relationship during this period of time. If you're getting into a relationship during this period, it could be with someone that you're actually friends with, or who is an acquaintance or a friend of a friend. And I'm saying that because Venus rules over your 11th house. Venus also rules over your 4th house. So this indicates that you and the person you are romantically involved with may be discussing moving in together, or potentially starting a family together, or you could be deciding that you want to introduce this person to your family. That's another way that that could play out. And so Cancer, that's all I have for you for this love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your 2024 Cancer, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Leo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. This year, we are going to see Pluto re-entering the sign of Aquarius, which means it will be transiting your 7th house. You already got a little taste of this around March, April, May and June in 2023, but then Pluto went back into the sign of Capricorn. So this transit is going to last for about 20 years, so the effects won't necessarily be seen until Pluto is making an almost exact aspect, so within 1 degree orb from your sun, moon or rising sign. So essentially the Leos who will be affected the most this year will be those between 0 and 2 or 3 degrees Leo. Essentially this can indicate that you may be meeting a soulmate, or you may experience profound intimacy at a new level with your significant other if you are already in a relationship. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that these are the only 2 outcomes. No matter where you have Leo in your chart, if it's sun, moon or rising, having Pluto go through your 7th house for 2 decades indicates that you'll be overcoming fears, insecurities, and blockages when it comes to experiencing deep intimacy with other people. And also, if you have had issues in your sex life with your significant other, or even, as a single person, Pluto going through your 7th house and opposing your sun, moon, or rising indicates that these fears and insecurities may be bubbling up to the surface when that aspect gets really close, so when that opposition is very close, but you can come out the other side of this having healed on a very deep and profound level. So now let's have a look at the new moon in Aquarius on the 9th of February at 20 degrees in your 7th house. Essentially, new moons indicate a new chapter taking place, or a new cycle that is beginning. So the 7th house is all about your relationships with other people. If you are in a committed romantic relationship or in a marriage, then that is also signified by the 7th house. So this particular new moon has a lot going on, and it is very tense. So again, it's at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree. And we're also going to have Pluto at 0 degrees Aquarius and Mercury at 7 degrees. And this new moon is making an almost exact square to Uranus at 19 degrees. So I'm going to run through a few different ways that this can play out. I'll start off by looking at those of you who are in a relationship. So you and your partner may find that you're making a decision together that your community or your friendship group may find quite shocking. And the reason I mention that is because Aquarius is the sign of community and friendship, and it's squaring Uranus, and Uranus rules over Aquarius and rules over these things as it is. With Uranus at 19 degrees Taurus, 19 degrees is the Libra degree, which represents partnership. So again, this is representing what you and your significant other are doing. And the two of you may make a swift and unexpected change to the status or the dynamic of your relationship that other people deem to be quite surprising or maybe a little bit taboo, given that the new moon is at the Scorpio degree at 20 degrees. On a different level, your significant other could say something to you that you find to be very surprising, and it could be like a sudden truth or insight that is revealed to you. And on another level, the two of you may have to act very quickly in terms of making a joint decision to overcome some kind of external challenge to your relationship. This could actually be a very bonding experience together. And I would just guard against people trying to meddle in your relationship and maybe emotionally manipulate you in one direction or another. It may not be deliberate, but just given that we have Mercury at 7 degrees Aquarius and Pluto at 0 degrees Aquarius, this sort of indicates that other people may be trying to share their insights or their views on what you and your partner should do in a certain situation. For some of you, this could result in an unexpected breakup, but there are some redeeming aspects to this new moon, which would suggest that, you know, for the most part, I do think that it's kind of like the two of you against some sort of external challenge. But just to hone in on the positive aspect of this new moon, well, we've got Saturn, which is the ruler, one of the rulers of Aquarius, at 7 degrees Pisces. So 7 degrees is again the Libra degree, which represents you and your partner, remaining together and acting as a team. And it's making a beautiful sextile to Jupiter at 8 degrees in Taurus. And Jupiter is a planet of good luck, blessings, and good fortune. So I do see this as some sort of blessing, maybe a hidden blessing or a silver lining that's coming through with the new moon. Now, if you are single, you may realize that you have feelings for someone who is emotionally unavailable, or perhaps they're unavailable because they're in a committed relationship or they have other commitments, which means that they're not prepared to enter into or indulge a relationship with you. Someone who knows that you are in a relationship could confess their feelings to you. So otherwise, someone could try to talk you out of wanting to pursue having a crush with another person. And obviously this is, outside of your control, but someone just may be trying to meddle in this area of your life. Now, if you are sort of casually dating someone, this could indicate that you're taking things to the next level very quickly, and maybe other people find this to be rather unexpected, and maybe other people are surprised and see this as you rushing things with this new person. Now, on the 23rd of May, there will be a full moon in Sagittarius at 2 degrees in your 5th house. It will be making an exact sextile to Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house. And this full moon will actually be opposite the Venus-Jupiter conjunction at 29 degrees Taurus. So even though it's an out of sign opposition, nevertheless, it's within 3 degrees, plus Jupiter is the ruler of this full moon in Sagittarius. So for some of you, this could indicate that there is a big blessing coming through on your relationship. Maybe you are formally announcing your relationship to other people. Maybe you are becoming exclusive or taking it to the next level. So there could be a significant development in the status of your relationship. On a different note, you may be getting pregnant at this time, or perhaps it could be your partner, given that Pluto is in the 7th house and making that sextile. If you're not in a relationship, this could indicate that you are developing a crush on someone, or realizing that you have romantic feelings for another person, or you could actually be finding out that someone else has feelings for you. So I do think that there are lots of blessings coming through with this full moon, not even just in a romantic sense, but obviously this is a love horoscope, so I can't stress enough how beautiful it is to see Venus conjunct Jupiter, because Venus is the lesser benefic, Jupiter is the greater benefic. 29 degrees is the Leo degree in astrology, which once again rules over romance and your love life. So it does seem like there is some kind of significant development here in your romantic life. Now, on the 19th of August, there will be a full moon in Aquarius in your 7th house at 27 degrees. Now, conversely, this full moon has very tense, stressful energy alongside it, and that's because there are 2 T-squares occurring. Okay, so the full moon's at 27 degrees in Aquarius, which means the sun is at 27 Leo, so the sun is opposite the moon, and they're making an exact T-square with Uranus at 27 degrees Taurus. There's so much in the mix here. We've also got Mercury retrograde in Leo at 26 degrees, so that's conjunct the sun and opposite the moon. And then the other T-square is, I'm just having a look here, it's between Mars, Venus, and Saturn. So obviously I need to give a very well-rounded overview of each horoscope, so I don't want to shy away from that. With this full moon occurring in your 7th house, if you are in a relationship, this can indicate disagreements and arguments around this time. Worst case scenario is that, there may be a breakup on the cards for some of you, not for all of you. Having said that, we do have the moon in Aquarius making a trine to Jupiter and a trine to Mars, which are both in Gemini. So I do see this as some sort of protective layer over your relationship or over you personally. So, it's not doom and gloom, not all doom and gloom for this full moon. On a different note, this full moon could be playing out as, having disagreements that involve a third party. So this may be a friend or a relative, and I'm saying that because Uranus is at 27 degrees, which is the Gemini degree, or you and your significant other could just be, having a disagreement about your friends or siblings or relatives. But again, this positive trine to Jupiter and Mars indicates that you can overcome it and you can resolve any disagreements that come up. Now, if you are single or there's someone that you're casually dating, so if you're single and you've got a crush on someone, or if you're casually dating someone, you may find that friends, siblings, relatives, or maybe co-workers of yours are not having the ideal reaction to you divulging this information to them, or someone could be trying to push your buttons about why you're single or just your dating choices and preferences in general. So let's move on to positives for you, Leo, and let's have a look at Venus in Sagittarius through your 5th house. Venus is going to transit Sagittarius in your 5th house between the 30th of November and the 24th of December. So the 5th house is all about love and romance, and with Venus here, no matter whether you are single, casually dating, or in a relationship, you can just be feeling more attractive and more loved up. And let's just say if you are in a relationship, this can reignite the spark in your relationship. You may be going out on lots of dates. You may be having lots of romantic experiences. You could even go on a holiday together, or perhaps a short trip away, even if it's just for the night, given that Venus rules over the 3rd house, which represents short getaway trips. You and your partner could be attending parties together. And just generally speaking, this is a great time for romance. Now, if you are single, this is a fantastic time to put yourself out there. So if you're single and wanting to mingle, I would be accepting invitations to parties and events, given that the 5th house rules over parties, and not just what you may consider to be a traditional party, even smaller gatherings as well, given that Venus rules over the third house, which represents small groups of people. And with Venus ruling the third house, which is a house that's connected to technology, you may be inclined to try out online dating apps and websites, and you may actually have some luck there. You may be flirting with people online. And on a different note, Venus rules over your 10th house, so you may be flirting with someone from your workplace. They actually could be a boss or your superior. And also with Venus ruling over the third house, it might be an idea to enroll yourself in some kind of short-term education course, because the third house rules over education. So maybe this is something Venusian that you want to do, like cooking or painting or dancing. And if you are dating someone already, this can see things picking up in that department. So you may experience a deepening of your feelings. And also, guys, with Venus ruling over the third house, someone who you're friends with, or maybe even a co-worker or a neighbor, could be flirting with you, or they could be confessing their feelings for you. Now, on the 1st of December, there will be a new moon in Sagittarius in your 5th house at 9 degrees. So this particular new moon is a bit tense, and that is because it's making a T-square with Saturn in Pisces at 12 degrees and Jupiter in Gemini at 17 degrees. So for those of you who are in a relationship, this could indicate that you're wanting to make plans for the future with your significant other. Now, the really positive aspect about this new moon is that it's making a trine to Mars in Leo in your 1st house. So even though there may be some obstacles or challenges that come up with this new chapter that's starting, or this new direction that you want to take your relationship in, essentially this indicates, or the trine to Mars in Leo in your 1st house indicates that through sheer willpower and determination, you can enact whatever changes you want to see here. So you may be making plans with your partner to travel together. You may be making plans for your future with respect to starting a family or expanding a family. Because this new moon is at 9 degrees, which rules over travel and education, one of you could be applying for a visa or citizenship, and maybe this is so that the two of you can live in the same country or reside in the same area. Because this new moon is conjunct Mercury, which is retrograde at 20 degrees, you could be giving things another shot with an ex. In any case, even if you're not doing that, actually, no, I'm going to talk about Mercury retrograde in your 5th house in a moment. So let's just say that you're in a situationship where the status of your relationship is unclear or it's unofficial. This new moon at 9 degrees, which again is the Sagittarius degree, which represents thinking about your future and talking about your future, could indicate that you're having a clarifying conversation with this person and asking, what are we? Where is this going? What's the next step? So if you are single around the time of this new moon on the 1st of December, you could meet someone abroad while you are traveling. You could just have a simple fling while you're traveling, even if nothing long-term comes out of it. Or you could find yourself getting romantically involved with someone who is from overseas. So maybe they're a foreigner and they're traveling to the country that you reside in. Now, you could be connecting with someone in a romantic sense through education, so through university or college, or perhaps they are a teacher. And on a different note, this could be finding yourself attracted to someone who is into spirituality, or they could be very religious, and that's because we've got this new moon at 9 degrees, but because it is conjunct Mercury at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, I'm inclined to think that this is more someone who's spiritual or perhaps into conspiracy theories rather than someone who's, religious. So with Mercury retrograde, and for those of you who are single, this new moon in Sagittarius indicates that there is someone from the past cropping back up into your life, or maybe, you're trying to wipe the slate clean. In terms of travel and education, it could be that you are going on a trip that's delayed, or that you're going back to study, and that's where this new romantic context is coming through. So from the 25th of November through till the 15th of December, Mercury will be retrograde in Sagittarius in your 5th house. So for those of you who are in relationships at this time, with Mercury ruling over your 11th house, you and your significant other could be discussing changes to your long-term goals and dreams. So maybe you're trying to get on the same page or see if you have the same goals for the future, or you could be realigning your goals and dreams to just be more in alignment with your partners, or vice versa. Because Mercury rules over your 2nd house, which is Virgo, and Mercury is retrograde in your 5th house, you could be having important discussions about finances or resources. And the 5th house rules over children, so maybe you and your partner are talking about financially what would need to happen in order for you to start a family or expand your family. Or you could simply just be talking about when that might be on the cards for the two of you. Or perhaps you're talking about starting a business together, but this is something from the past because Mercury retrograde is revisiting topics. So whatever conversation you're having between the 25th of November and the 15th of December, chances are this is something that you've already discussed with your partner before, or that's already been in the works, or that you've already been thinking about. And for those of you who are single and maybe there was, a false start with someone, maybe one of you wasn't available or both of you weren't available, Mercury retrograde here through your 5th house could indicate that there is now a chance for you to pick things up where you left off, or just, start with a bit of a clean slate. And certainly many of you Leos will be hearing from romantic partners that you used to be involved with, whether these are, ex-girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever, ex-partners, ex-spouses, or even just like casual flings, and they're just coming out of the woodwork. And so Leo, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Wishing you many blessings for 2024, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Virgo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. I want to start off by talking about one of the most misunderstood and controversial transits when it comes to love in astrology, and that is having Saturn transit your 7th house. So Saturn entered Pisces back in March 2023, and it will be in the sign of Pisces until early 2026. So for the whole of 2024, Saturn will be in your 7th house, and it will be transiting the degrees of 3 through till 19 degrees, and it will have a retrograde motion for about 5 months. So what that means is that the Virgos who will experience this transit the most intensely will be those between 3 and 9 degrees. So the reason why this is a misunderstood transit is because people automatically assume that Saturn going through the 7th house means that your love life is going to dry up and that you cannot enter into a relationship because Saturn is going to present like a barricade there or some kind of blockage. I personally am a Virgo moon, and my moon is at 1 degrees. So I've already experienced this opposition to my moon sign as a Virgo. And so I have a lot of personal insights to share with you. First and foremost, can it result in separation and divorce? Yes, absolutely. And I myself am going through a separation from my husband, who I was in a relationship with altogether for 12 years. So a lot of that was taking place as Saturn was opposing my moon. So some of you may be going through that process with your spouse. Even if you are in a long-term relationship, this can indicate that you are going through a breakup. However, that's not the case for everyone, and that is certainly not a cut and dry application of this transit. So Saturn going through the 7th house can indicate that you and your significant other are becoming more serious about the relationship. You may actually get proposed to during this time, or you may even get married. And again, this was the case for me. So back when Saturn was in my 7th house opposing my ascendant, so it was basically just past conjuncting my descendant, this is when I got engaged. And while Saturn was in my 7th house, this is also when I got married. And you may go through the whole gamut of experiences. So again, just as an example, a personal example to share with you, there is someone new in my life, and all of this has occurred while Saturn has been opposing my moon. So it really just depends on your personal horoscope and the aspects that Saturn is making to you. Now, for some of you, it could just be that you are going from casually dating someone with Saturn ruling over your 5th house to becoming more exclusive. For others of you, you may very well, already be in a relationship with your significant other. Maybe you're married, but perhaps while Saturn is opposing your moon, there are periods of physical distance. So for example, you may have to travel for work, your partner may have to travel for work, or even if it's not work, Saturn represents duties and responsibilities. So maybe your significant other has some personal responsibilities that they need to tend to, which puts a bit of pressure or strain on the relationship. But again, this does not have to result in a breakup. It's just a period of not being able to be physically as close as you would like. And for others of you, you may have to do long distance in your relationship during this period of time. That is something that I've been experiencing with Saturn opposing my moon myself. So lots of personal experiences to draw on there. Again, Saturn will be in Pisces for all of 2024, going through 3 till 19 degrees. So those are the Virgos who will be the most affected. If you are a Virgo between 20 degrees and 29 degrees, then all of what I've just mentioned may be more relevant to you in 2025. So now let's have a look at the new moon in Capricorn, which is taking place in your 5th house at 20 degrees. So this will be on the 11th of January in 2024. And this new moon is making a trine to you. It does seem a little bit dramatic just because we've got the new moon occurring at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree. We've also got Mars at 5 degrees Capricorn and Pluto at the anaretic degree of 29 degrees Capricorn. Fortunately, the ruler of the new moon, which is Saturn, is making a sextile to Mars in Capricorn and a sextile to Jupiter at 5 degrees Taurus, and the new moon itself is trining Uranus. So due to the trine to Uranus, I see that there is something that's happening in your relationship which is really fast-paced. Maybe it's unexpected. If you are in a relationship, you could be transforming this relationship by taking it to the next level, because Saturn is sextiling Mars and Jupiter. You may be making it more solid, more concrete, or your relationship just transitions from casually dating to just being more serious. You're more serious about each other. With the new moon at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, you may be combining resources together. You may be investing money together into your personal set of living circumstances because Saturn is at 4 degrees. You may be building your home, you may be extending it somehow with that sextile to Jupiter, so Saturn to Jupiter, that is. You may be making these shared decisions about property or starting a family. Because this is a new moon, it's not necessarily about taking action on the day of the new moon. It could just be putting these plans into motion. You could be taking action together to start a business venture together. In any case, it looks like you're taking fast-paced, rapid action towards a shared goal, and this is to create some kind of legacy together. If you are casually dating, you may be moving things really quickly, right? And this could be something which is a bit misunderstood by other people. So maybe you're moving in together very quickly. Maybe you're, you've gone on just a couple of dates, but you're like, no, you're my person, we're together. You could be introducing this person to your family. That's another way that this could play out. And if you are single, a new sexual or intimate relationship could be starting out around this time, or maybe you meet the person who you're going to have some sort of sexual relationship with, and that could come down the track. And this person could come out of nowhere, or you develop feelings at a rapid rate for them. And I'm saying this because of the trine to Uranus in Taurus, which is at 19 degrees, which is the Libra degree, which represents relationships. In any case, if you're single and no one is on the scene around this time, this could indicate that you are deciding you need to take drastic action in order to transform your personal set of circumstances in order to be able to call a relationship into your life, or to feel like you're even ready for a relationship. So I'm saying that because the new moon's at 20 degrees, which is a Scorpio degree, and it's conjunct Pluto. So this, for some of you, this could be to do with your family values, or just sort of bucking convention when it comes to what you thought you had to do in order to get into a relationship, or maybe you're realizing that you're not interested in a traditional relationship. So now let's have a look at the new moon in Pisces. So this is taking place on the 10th of March in your 7th house. Interestingly, it's also at 20 degrees. So we're looking at that Scorpio degree again. This looks like it could be a powerful new chapter that's starting in your love life or in your relationship. If you are already in a relationship, this is another indicator for combining your resources together. Because Saturn is conjunct the new moon at 11 degrees Pisces, and we've also got Neptune conjunct the new moon at 27 degrees Pisces. This could look like you guys investing in a long-term goal together and manifesting your dreams, which is Neptune, into reality, which is Saturn. You could be having a shared spiritual experience together, which completely redirects the course of your relationship. So maybe you are redefining what you want for your future. Maybe you are having these spiritual experiences together which bring you a lot closer. The new moon's ruler is Jupiter, which is at 12 degrees Taurus. And with Jupiter at 12 degrees Taurus conjunct Uranus at 19 degrees Taurus, it is making a sextile to Saturn and the new moon. So to me, this looks like your relationship is progressing and expanding in a new direction, but there could be some kind of delay here because Jupiter and Uranus are squaring Mars and Venus in Aquarius. So that's if you're in a relationship. If you are single, you may find that you're developing feelings for someone that you have to keep a secret from, or you have to keep it a secret just in general. And I say that because the Scorpio degree is all about secrecy and privacy, and then the ruler of the new moon is Jupiter, which is at 12 degrees, which is the Pisces degree. So again, this is something that could be confusing to you. Maybe you're, oh, my candle just went out as I said that. Maybe these are forbidden feelings. Maybe it's someone who's emotionally unavailable because they're in a relationship. You could possibly be romantically involved with another person and you're finding that you're starting to have feelings for someone else. So for others of you who are single, you could just be embarking on a new romantic or sexual relationship, and maybe you're just having to keep this private. Maybe you're just not ready to share this with other people. So now let's have a look at Venus in Pisces. So Venus will transit Pisces in your 7th house from the 11th of March, so the day after the new moon, through till the 19th of April. So the 7th house represents your love life. It's more about your serious committed relationships, I should say. So if you're in a relationship, Venus transiting your 7th house could indicate that you're experiencing peace and harmony in this relationship. You're experiencing more balance with your significant other, and you could be ironing out disagreements or arguments. Because Venus rules over your 9th house, you could be traveling with your significant other, and maybe the two of you are learning something together with Venus ruling over your 9th house, or you could be bonding over spirituality or religion or shared world beliefs. Now, you could be taking your relationship with someone to the next level, and if you're single, you could have an opportunity to go on a date with someone who is potentially from university or college. Maybe they're a teacher, maybe they're a foreigner, or maybe this is like a fling while you are traveling abroad. On the 22nd of June, there will be a full moon in Capricorn in your 5th house at 1 degrees. And with this particular full moon, it will actually be opposite Venus in Cancer at 5 degrees, opposite Mercury in Cancer at 9 degrees, and squaring Neptune at 29 degrees Pisces. So that is an out of sign square. Essentially, this can indicate having disagreements or arguments with your significant other or with a person that you are dating. Because we have Venus in the 5th house here, this could be about your relationship in general and the dynamics, or it could be about 5th house matters. Excuse me. So you could be arguing about parenting style, children, or with the opposition to Mercury, maybe you are having disagreements about your friends, or perhaps even siblings or relatives. Worst case scenario is that this can lead to a breakup because the full moon is at 1 degrees, which is the Aries degree. But having said that, there are some redeeming aspects here with this full moon, and that is that we've got the Sun, Venus, and Mercury in Cancer, all making a sextile to Mars in Taurus. So it's definitely possible to overcome disagreements. Again, like I said, that was a worst case scenario. And if a breakup is afoot, I imagine that this is for a relationship which is more so in its infancy or in the early stages, rather than a long-term committed relationship. So maybe this was someone you had just started casually dating or seeing. So if you're in a relationship, you could be discussing whether or not you want to start a family. You could be finding out that you're pregnant. You and your significant other could be launching a business venture that you've been working on together. With the square to Neptune, perhaps this full moon is playing out by you not realizing that there's something that your significant other is unhappy about in your relationship. So this conversation could come out of the blue and a little bit unexpectedly, but you know, with Mars sextiling Mercury, so it's a perfect sextile at 9 degrees. So Mars in Taurus sextile Mercury, 9 degrees Cancer. To me, this indicates that you have the ability to hash things out and make sure you're getting onto the same page as your significant other. So We have another full moon in Capricorn the following month. So this is on the 21st of July. With this one, the full moon is at 29 degrees Capricorn. Okay, so with this full moon, it's actually making a cradle shape, which is a very rare astrological pattern. I'm going to chuck it up on the screen so you can have a look at it. It's sometimes referred to as a trapeze, if not a cradle. So cradle aspects involve a number of different planets, and they basically demand that you make important choices and embark on a new path. And this is forged from a place of struggle or discomfort or challenge. So don't be surprised if you are feeling challenged in your relationship or just in your love life, generally speaking, even if you're not in a relationship around the 21st of July. I would advise that you guard against feelings of helplessness. So this cradle energy is lending itself to the idea of like a newborn baby being helpless. Okay, so you're not helpless, but feeling like there's nothing that can be done can perpetuate a period or a chapter of stagnancy for you. So if you're single and you don't want to be single anymore, and you're wanting to call a relationship into your life, this full moon could have you realizing that you need to put this negative mindset behind you, that you need to stop viewing yourself as, you know, potentially unlovable, undateable, unlucky in love. You know, I always attract the wrong relationship or the wrong type of person. So for others of you, this full moon could indicate that you're finally allowing yourself to have fun, to enjoy romance, to enjoy sex. You may be letting romance into your life. You may be finding that you are enjoying physical affection more than you used to. And this could be a period of fun and frivolity for you, just believe it or not. If you've been struggling to get pregnant or start a family, this can indicate having some kind of profound epiphany or realization when it comes to changes in your life, healthy changes that you can make in order to move forward with the chapter of starting a family. Some of you may just be discovering that you actually are pregnant around this time, especially if you're a Virgo ascendant or if you are a Virgo moon. Less so if you're a Virgo sun, but you know, I'm not going to rule it out. Now, on the 18th of September, there will be a full moon eclipse in Pisces in your 7th house. And this is at 25 degrees, which is the Aries degree. So this full moon will be making a kite pattern that involves Uranus at 29 degrees Capricorn, Pluto at 29 degrees Capricorn and Uranus at 27 degrees Taurus. This eclipse is squaring Jupiter, so this indicates that unexpected epiphanies and downloads of information could be coming through with respect to your relationship, your marriage, your love life. You could be finding something out about your significant other that they previously hadn't disclosed. This could possibly be about their personal family, so their maybe their parents, their siblings, their extended family, or maybe just their emotional state. Your significant other may be very emotional around this period of time, and this could be about their family, or this could be about things to do with their childhood. Jupiter is making a trine to Venus, and Jupiter is the ruler of the eclipse, so this indicates that a beautiful healing experience could be coming through in your relationship or in your marriage around the time of the 18th of September, plus or minus a month. Worst case scenario with this eclipse, there could be a breakup that's taking place, but with Jupiter trine Venus, to me this indicates an opportunity to heal from your relationship, or perhaps avoid taking drastic action and going through a breakup, but it is a possibility, so it would be remiss of me not to mention it. Now, between the 11th of November and the 7th of December, Venus in Capricorn, Venus will be transiting Capricorn in your 5th house. So this is a great time for romance. This can be reigniting the spark in your relationship. If you are involved with someone romantically, you could be going on lots of dates. You could be experiencing a lot of romance. With Venus ruling your 9th house, maybe you're going on holidays together. You could be learning something new together, maybe a new language. You could be going on a spiritual retreat. For others of you, if you're single, this is a great time to put yourself out there. Maybe you want to attend parties and events. There could be lots of invitations to do so. If you're wanting to meet someone, I do recommend that you accept these invitations to go on parties and put yourself out there. You could have a fling or start flirting with someone who is a foreigner, or someone from a different cultural background, or maybe while you are traveling abroad, you are, experiencing getting loved up with someone from a different country. If you are casually dating someone, you could find that flirtations with this person are progressing, or you could catch feelings for someone, as they say. So Virgo, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your 2024, Virgo, and I will see you guys next time. Hi Libra, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. This is a really big year for you guys because not only do you have Pluto in Aquarius trining you from the 5th house, you're also going to be experiencing the North Node in your 7th house, which is the relationship house in astrology. So the North Node entered Aries and the South Node entered Libra in July 2023, and they will be in your 7th and 1st houses respectively for 18 months until January 2025. In 2024, they will be going through 21 degrees back to 1 degrees. So having the North Node in your 7th house, if you are single, can indicate that the type of person that you are attracted to is changing. And this could be a real departure from the kinds of people that you've usually dated or the kinds of people that you've normally been attracted to. You may find yourself being attracted to people who are very ambitious, very adventurous, very bold, who have a powerful sexual energy. And even if you're not getting into a relationship this year, this could indicate that you're perhaps having more casual sexual encounters. On a different level, if you're in a relationship, you may find that you have a little bit of a wandering eye while the North Node is in your 7th house. That doesn't have to be the case though. For others of you, your significant other could become more ambitious and adventurous. What your partner is into in the bedroom could be changing. And if there has been a bit of a lull in your sex life, this can indicate that the spark is being reignited. So now, having a look at Pluto in Aquarius. First of all, Pluto takes nearly 250 years to do an orbit through all 12 zodiac signs. So not everyone will experience Pluto trining their sun, moon or ascendant in this lifetime. But you lucky Libras are having this experience. So Pluto first entered Aquarius in March, so the 23rd of March, through till the 11th of June in 2023. Then I went back into Capricorn. As of the 20th of January in 2024, Pluto will re-enter Aquarius, and it will be in Aquarius until the 1st of September. Look, I'm going to chuck the dates down below, so have a look at this banner here, and that will just clarify the dates for you. Now, this is a new 20-year cycle that is beginning. So, of course, 2 decades is a very long time, but basically, whichever house Pluto transits, it is transforming the nature of that house. It's transforming our experience of our love life, of romance, and this can help you to overcome fears and blockages when it comes to dating, intimacy, and sex. This indicates that you're going to be allowing yourself to have more fun. And if you have found that you've self-sabotaged in relationships or just in love in general, Pluto going through your 5th house is going to challenge you not to cut something off at the knees before it's even begun. How you like to date could be changing quite profoundly. So if before you maybe had very rigid rules on who you would date, or if you had maybe like a don't have sex until you've had X amount of dates rule, you could be throwing that out the window. You could become more open to being in an open relationship. And similar to the North Node in the 7th house, Pluto in your 5th house could indicate that the kind of people that you're attracted to could be changing. And just by the way, it doesn't have to be you throwing rules out the window and entertaining the idea of an open relationship. It could flip the other way as well. If you're someone who was happy to, go on lots of different dates and have lots of casual sexual experiences, Pluto going through your 5th house could indicate that you're becoming more selective in that department. Now, on the 9th of February, there will be a new moon in Aquarius in your 5th house at 20 degrees. And 20 degrees is the Scorpio degree. So this is a very transformative new moon, and it's actually making a close square to Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees. So if you're already in a relationship at this time, this new moon indicates that you and your partner may be making decisions together that your community or that your friends find to be quite shocking. So even though Uranus is squaring the new moon, it is trining Venus in Capricorn at 21 degrees, and it's trining Mars in Capricorn at 27 degrees. So this indicates that you and your partner are sticking together, with 19 degrees being the Libra degree, but Aquarius, so the new moon in Aquarius, represents that community of yours, and it represents your friends. So the two of you could be making swift and unexpected changes to the dynamic of your relationship, and there could be some pushback from friends, especially because the new moon is conjunct Mercury, or maybe even pushback from siblings or relatives. Your significant other could say something to you that you find to be very surprising or very shocking. So maybe this is like a sudden insight or truth that is revealed to you. Similar to what I said before, the two of you may have to act quickly together to overcome some kind of external challenge to your relationship. I'm going to leave that vague and open-ended just because this is a general reading, so take it as it resonates. This could very well be a very bonding experience for the two of you. And if you're single, you could realize that you have feelings for someone who is maybe unavailable. Perhaps they're in a committed relationship. Maybe you're already involved with someone else and you're realizing that you have feelings for another person. Someone who knows that you are in a relationship could be confessing their feelings to you, especially because we've got this new moon at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree. And so that represents these, deeper feelings, this passion and intensity. And it also represents needing to keep something a secret or keep it hidden. But then the square to Uranus at 19 degrees, which is the Libra degree ruling over partnerships and relationships, indicates that there may be something taboo here or something forbidden. Someone could try to talk you out of your feelings for another person. And look, I would just be guarding against someone sort of trying to meddle in your romantic affairs and in your love life. So you may just want to be keeping things private and to yourself around this time, which again is the 9th of February. Between the 16th of February and the 11th of March, Venus will transit Aquarius in your 5th house. And by the way, Venus is also going to transit your 5th house again in Aquarius from the 7th of December. So this transit, everything I'm saying now, can apply to these two periods of time. So Venus in your 5th house and being your chart ruler indicates that you have a strong interest and pull towards exploring your romantic life, exploring your love life, maybe going on dates, maybe feeling more flirtatious, maybe having some admirers admit their feelings to you. If you're in a relationship, this can indicate that you are having a great time with your significant other. Maybe you're going on holidays together. Maybe you are just going on more dates and having more fun together. You could be discussing sex or maybe more taboo topics in your relationship with your significant other, because Venus rules over your 8th house. So maybe you're revealing kinks or sexual preferences. Again, this could be a conversation about opening up your relationship to other people, given that Venus is in Aquarius. It doesn't mean that you have to. It's just something that could be coming up for some of you Librans. If you're casually dating someone, your feelings could deepen. So your crush could, sort of morph into something a lot deeper than superficial surface level feelings. And even if you've just been dating and, you haven't been sexual with one another, with Venus ruling over your 8th house, you may be taking this connection to a sexual level. You could be experiencing, if you're single, more casual sexual experiences. And if you're single, you may find that you are feeling more flirtatious. You could be attending more parties, and there could just be more romantic suitors in the vicinity. Now, on the 25th of March, there will be a full moon eclipse in Libra, and this will be occurring in your 1st house at 5 degrees. Let me just flick to this full moon. You wouldn't believe how many tabs I have open. I'm a Gemini rising after all. Okay, so with full moon eclipses and new moon eclipses in the 1st and 7th houses, they are high level indicators in astrology for there being traction taking place in your romantic life. Okay, so with the full moon occurring in your 1st house at 5 degrees, which is the Leo degree, which rules over love and romance as it is, some of you Librans may be entering into a relationship at this time, or you may be letting go of a relationship. Okay, so this full moon is making a beautiful trine to Pluto in Aquarius, which is in your 5th house. So I see this as being more geared towards transforming your relationship to something that is healthier and deeper rather than a breakup. But of course, it's a general reading, so it would be remiss of me not to mention it. In any case, I see this as you being able to take your existing romantic connection to a deeper level, one that is more spiritual, one that is more intimate, more profound. Maybe you're feeling like this person is your soulmate or your other half. This can indicate that you are hearing from who you may consider to be a soulmate, or someone you had a really deep connection with in the past, because the full moon eclipse with the South Node can indicate that someone is coming back from the past. For some of you, you may be giving your a former relationship another chance. If you were single, this can indicate that you are realizing the depth of your emotions or your feelings for another person in a romantic sense. With the trine to Pluto in Aquarius, this could be quite a revelation to you that is very unexpected, and it may even be a friend of yours, given that Pluto is in Aquarius, which is the sign of friendship. Now, between the 5th of April, one more thing. With what I've just mentioned with the eclipse, this could be taking place plus or minus about 4 weeks either side of the 25th of March, because eclipse energy can come earlier than, a regular full moon. So between the 5th and the 28th of April, Venus will be transiting your 7th house in Aries, and Venus is your ruling planet. So this is where you're going, what you're doing, and what you're putting your energy and attention on. So Venus in the 7th house can indicate that there is more peace and harmony in your relationship. Maybe you are ironing out differences with your significant other. You could be taking your relationship to the next level. For others of you, you may be tempted to stray from your partner when Venus conjuncts the North Node in April. So this is around the 17th and the 18th of April. That's when there will be an exact conjunction. Like I said, Venus is transiting your 7th house. If you are a single Libra and watching this, you may meet someone around the 17th or 18th of April who you are insanely attracted to. So things could just happen like that. Maybe there's a real spark with someone. Now, on the 8th of May, there will be a total new moon solar eclipse in Aries in your 7th house at 19 degrees. What's 19 degrees? The Libra degree, which rules over relationships, marriage, and partnership. So this eclipse is like, whoa, you know, it's the most powerful eclipse that it could possibly be. And basically, we're going to have Venus at 4 degrees Aries, all right? And we're going to have Mercury retrograde at 24 degrees Aries. So, and this total solar eclipse is conjunct Chiron exact. So there's so much going on in your 7th house. New moon eclipses, especially total solar eclipses, indicate this powerful new chapter that's taking place. So for some of you, this could be meeting someone who is a soulmate, or meeting someone who you just have such an insane connection and attraction to. And for others of you, this could indicate that you are taking your existing romantic connection to another level. So maybe you are proposing, maybe you're getting proposed to, maybe you're eloping or getting married around this time. Because it is conjunct Chiron, for a select few of you, this could result in a breakup. But like I said, that's for a select few of you. To be fair, Venus, which is your ruling planet, is at 4 degrees Aries, making a sextile. It's making a sextile to Pluto at 1 degrees Aquarius. So this is very supportive and positive energy. You and your significant other could be talking about, or you could be moving in together sometime after this eclipse takes place, but maybe the proposition is there around the 8th of April, or the idea or that initial conversation. The same could be said for, you know, talking about starting a family together. Because Venus is your ruling planet and it's at 4 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, which represents, you know, family and property. It could be that you are getting pregnant around this time, or perhaps your significant other is, given that this eclipse is in your 7th house. In any case, this does look like a very profound chapter that's starting with respect to love and romance. So no matter whether you're single, casually dating, or in a relationship, just note the 8th of April in your calendars for 2024 and just watch what happens, you know, either side of this eclipse by about like 4 weeks. You know, having said that, because it's a total solar eclipse, I think the eclipse event is more likely to happen closer to the 8th of April, but a month before or a month after, you know, these topics that I've just discussed may be taking place. So lastly, let's have a look at the new moon eclipse in Libra in your 1st house. So this will be taking place on the 2nd of October at 10 degrees. And 10 degrees in astrology represents well, it's the Capricorn degrees, but it's also associated with midheaven energy. So that represents your public status, what you're putting out there, and how people, it's like the awareness of your status as it is reflected in a literal sense. It's a very convoluted way of saying that, you know, a person is either married or not married. They're either in a relationship or not in a relationship. you know, you're either a parent or you're not a parent, employed or unemployed. These are very definitive, like yes or no representations of your status that are irrefutable. So this new moon eclipse in your 10th house could indicate that you are announcing the status of your relationship. So it doesn't matter whether you have been in a relationship that you've been keeping on the down low for a while. You know, this new moon eclipse could indicate that you're announcing it. You could have been with someone for a year, but this new moon eclipse has you saying, hey, I'm in a relationship with this person, or we've gotten married, or we're separating, we're getting a divorce, or, you know, we are making these plans to get married. So it could be an engagement announcement, especially because this new moon eclipse is trining Jupiter at 21 degrees Gemini. So I do see this as there being some kind of public change to your status, or maybe you're having to reveal your relationship status. Maybe you've been single for ages, you've gone through a divorce or a separation and you didn't want to tell anyone, and around the time of the eclipse you're like, ugh, I have to tell these people, or I have to tell my parents. On a different note, this new moon eclipse is squaring Mars in Cancer at 15 degrees. So this could be you telling your family or your siblings or relatives something about your personal life as it pertains to your relationship status, or perhaps your sexual preference. Okay, so you could be coming out as gay around this time, or queer or trans or whatever it is. There may be some sort of definitive change which affects how you identify in terms of relationship preferences, sexual identity, or how you're perceived in those departments. And so Libra, that's all I have for you for this love horoscope for 2024. Obviously there's a lot going on for you guys. I do recommend that you watch your horoscope for your ascendant, sun and moon sign, so you can go and check out your other two signs if you haven't already. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Wishing you many blessings for the year ahead, and I will see you guys in my next video. Hi Scorpio, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. Let's have a look at Jupiter being in Taurus as the year commences. This is great news for Scorpios because it's blessing your love life and your relationships. So, Jupiter first entered Taurus in May 2023, and it will be in Taurus until the 25th of May in 2024. As the year commences, Jupiter will be at 5 degrees. Okay, so if you're between 5 and 29 degrees Scorpio, you guys are going to feel this the most. If you're between 0 and 4 degrees, what I'm about to discuss will be things that you may have already experienced, but all Scorpios can listen to this segment and just take it as it resonates. So, first and foremost, Jupiter is the greater benefic planet in astrology. It represents good luck, fortune, blessings, abundance, and Jupiter takes 12 years to transit through all 12 signs. So, this is a transit that you only experience every 12 years. With Jupiter in your 7th house, if you're already in a relationship, this can indicate that blessings are coming to your relationship, that you're getting along better with your significant other. You may be taking your relationship to the next level. So maybe you are making it official. Maybe you are getting engaged, or you could be getting married within the first 5 months of the year. It doesn't necessarily have to be. Obviously, if you're getting engaged around this time, you may be planning to get married later down the track. Some of you may be getting pregnant with Jupiter opposing you, or your significant other could be getting pregnant because your 7th house is their first house. If that's too confusing, don't worry about it. With respect to expanding your family, this would more so be if you're a Scorpio rising, also known as Ascendant, or a Scorpio moon, but I'm not ruling out Scorpio suns altogether. Again, just depends on your personal chart. Now, if you're in a relationship, your significant other may be experiencing some form of physical or emotional healing, or maybe they are becoming more confident and experiencing some sort of profound blessing in their own personal life, which in turn benefits your relationship. Now, Jupiter can indicate liberation and freedom, just generally speaking. So Jupiter transiting your seventh house for a select few of you may indicate that you're coming out of a relationship. And although, going through breakups or divorces are always, almost always heartbreaking, because Jupiter is going through your seventh house, to me this indicates that it's a blessing in disguise. And if this is you and you're going through a breakup with Jupiter going through your seventh house, that's not to say that Jupiter won't also bestow you with new love or a new relationship. So, another transit that I wanted to look at for you Scorpios is the fact that Saturn is in Pisces in your fifth house. The fifth house is connected to love and romance, and it's more about casual dating, whereas the seventh house in astrology is more so about your committed long-term relationships or marriage and so on and so forth. So Saturn first entered Pisces in March 2022. March 2023, this year as I'm filming it. And it will be in Pisces until February 2026. So for the entirety of 2024, it will be transiting your fifth house between the degrees of 3 and 19. So Saturn going through your fifth house indicates that you're clearing out karma here. So you may be cutting off exes, you may be setting clearer boundaries with people that you used to be romantically involved with. You may be getting more picky or choosy or selective when it comes to who you date, who you let into your life, who you have sex with. Now, Saturn in the fifth house can indicate that a casual relationship is becoming more solid, more concrete, more secure. I personally met my husband when Saturn was trining my moon from the fifth house. Okay, so this is when Saturn was in Capricorn, and we did get married during that period of time as well. To be fair, Saturn was also in my seventh house, but I just thought that I would share that tidbit with you just to let you know that just because Saturn's in the fifth house doesn't mean that it's drying it up and that you don't have access to dating or romance. So you certainly could be taking your relationship more seriously. Full disclosure, I am going through a separation at the moment, but nevertheless, this personal experience just goes to show that Saturn in the fifth house can indicate that you are taking your relationship very, very seriously and making it more mature, making promises to one another. And, some of you may be, like I said, some of you may be getting proposed to during this time or getting married. And this combo of Jupiter in the seventh and Saturn in the fifth does indicate that you are getting very, very serious about your love life and your romantic life and who you want to date. And, some of you, of course, may be going through breakups with Saturn going through the fifth house, but the next relationship to come in is likely to be very, very serious indeed. Now, Uranus will be transiting Taurus in your seventh house for all of 2024, and it will be going between 19 and 27 degrees with a retrograde cycle as well. So lots of you Scorpios are experiencing really radical transformations when it comes to your love life and your dating life. Because Uranus rules over the fourth house, there may be big changes that involve your property and living circumstances with your significant other, as well as family and children. Those of you who will be the most affected by Uranus transiting Taurus will be Scorpio, Sun, Moon and Risings between 19 and 27 degrees. And you want to look out for when Uranus is making a very close opposition to you. So Now let's have a look at Venus transiting Pisces. Venus will enter the sign of Pisces on the 11th of March and it will be there until the 4th of April. So Venus transiting your 5th house can indicate that you are going on more dates with your significant other if you're in a relationship, that there's more romance and love in your relationship. Of course, Saturn will still be here as well, so it may not necessarily be, all fun and frivolity, but this could indicate the deepening of your connection with your significant other, maybe making things exclusive or talking about how you can take your relationship to the next level. If you are single or just casually dating, this can see you feeling more attractive. Maybe there are more dating opportunities that are coming through. Because Saturn is a career planet and it's here in your 5th house, you may be romantically involved with someone from your work. And Saturn also rules over your 3rd house, which is Capricorn. So this could be with a co-worker. And for others of you, because we've got Venus in your 5th house, maybe some of you are wanting to get onto dating apps, so there are more opportunities to attend parties or social gatherings, and so you may meet someone that way. Now, we've got some really exciting transits, or should I say conjunctions, to discuss with Jupiter conjunct Uranus and Jupiter conjunct Venus, but I am going to take these in chronological order, let's say. So Jupiter conjunct Uranus in Taurus in your 7th house at 21 degrees on the 21st of April can play out in a number of different ways. It's important to understand that Uranus is a planet which represents shocking change, sudden movement, and breaking away from tradition. So things can happen very prematurely or just unexpectedly. And again, Jupiter is this planet which brings through blessings and abundance and good luck and good fortune. So at 21 degrees, this is the Sagittarius degree, which represents that this is about the future, looking at your vision for the future, what's going to happen going forward in this relationship or connection. For some of you, this could indicate a shock engagement or proposal, so it could be totally out of the blue. You could be the one who is planning a surprise proposal, or maybe you're getting proposed to unexpectedly. For some of you, you may actually be eloping during this time, or around the 21st of April, because Jupiter rules over marriages and the 7th house is also connected to marriage as well. So you may just find that things are really speeding up very quickly in your romantic life. Now, if you are single, this can indicate that you may meet someone around the 21st of April or maybe on the 21st of April, and it's just like fireworks. It could be love at first sight. There could just be a lot of passion and desire in this connection that you have with another person, and things could move very, very quickly. Maybe you're just so enamored with this person that you have a one-night stand, or you only have a very brief conversation, but you just know that you want to see this person again. You could be entering into a relationship very, very quickly around the 21st of April. So if there's someone you've been casually dating, maybe you've just gone on a handful of dates, or maybe you don't even live in the same country or town, and you guys are like, no, we know that we're right for each other, let's make this official. Now, because Uranus is a planet which is connected to separation and divorce, for a select few of you, this could indicate that there is a split on the cards with this conjunction, but just hang tight, Scorpios. I don't want you guys to freak out, because we've got the Jupiter-Venus conjunction coming up the next month, which is going to portend good things for your love life. But before I get into that, I do want to focus on the new moon in Taurus on the 8th of May. So this is taking place at 18 degrees in your 7th house. New moons indicate a new chapter or a new cycle starting in our lives. So maybe we're planting the seed for something here. This new moon is conjunct Venus at 10 degrees, conjunct Uranus at 22 degrees Taurus, and conjunct Jupiter at 25 degrees Taurus. So we've got a stellium in Taurus in your 7th house. Again, this is lighting your 7th house of relationships right up like a Christmas tree. And also this new moon will be sextiling Saturn at 17 degrees in Pisces, and 17 degrees is the Leo degree, which again represents love and romance. So some of you could be meeting someone new. Maybe they're in the workplace, because 18 degrees is the Virgo degree. Venus, which is the ruler of the new moon, is at 10 degrees, which represents Capricorn energy, again connected to career. So yeah, you could be meeting someone at work. They could be a colleague, a co-worker, or perhaps a client of yours. You may be announcing a relationship around this time, no matter who it's with, but this could receive criticism or pushback because we do have this Virgo degree at 18 degrees and Venus at 10 degrees, which is Capricorn. So maybe there are people who aren't really on board with this. Also, we've got Venus squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So maybe your community or your friends are not really about this relationship. But that doesn't matter, because you guys, with this sextile to Saturn at 17 degrees, feel solid in your connection and you know that it's right for you. Now, if you're not in a relationship, this new moon could see you really working on yourself with this 18 degrees. So it's like working to cut out bad habits. Maybe you're trying to commit to a new exercise regime or diet, or just a healthier way of living, because you understand or you feel that this is what needs to be done if you're going to, meet someone and have a romantic relationship with another person. Between the 29th of April and the 23rd of May, Venus will be in Taurus in your 7th house. So the ruler of the 7th, being in the 7th, is always a very positive sign for dating and love. So again, you may enter a relationship during this period of time. You could be taking things to the next level. With Venus ruling over your 12th house, this could be someone that you've been secretly dating, or that you have had a crush on, but you haven't had a chance to, explore this in a more public sense. Now, this is what I really want to talk about, which is the Jupiter-Venus conjunction at 29 degrees Taurus in your 7th house. So this is occurring on the 23rd of May. This conjunction only happens once every year. So the fact that it is at the anaretic degree of Taurus in your 7th house, and the 29th degree is the Leo degree, which is connected to love and romance, indicates that this is really going to be at the forefront of your mind. So with Jupiter ruling over your 5th house, which is Pisces, and again, this connects to love and romance, and Venus is the planet of love and relationships, some of you Scorpios may be entering into a relationship around the 23rd of May. Your relationship could receive a profound blessing if you're already in one. Maybe you're just feeling so much love towards your partner. Even if you're not in a relationship, someone may be confessing their feelings for you, or you may be confessing your feelings for someone else. You may meet your soulmate around this time, or someone that you consider to be the love of your life. You could fall in love, like love at first sight, with Jupiter conjunct Venus. And for others of you, you could be getting pregnant because this conjunction is opposing you, or perhaps your significant other is getting pregnant. And even if there's no one in your life romantically at this point, right? You're not in a relationship, you're single as a Pringle, and there's no one in the vicinity, this conjunction still indicates that you can receive a profound healing experience when it comes to relationships, because it's in your 7th house. So this can see you feeling more optimistic about your love life, feeling more worthy of the kind of partner that you want to attract. This could be a period for profound soul searching when it comes to what kind of a relationship you want to be in, what kind of a person you want to be with. And some of you may be able to fully heal and move on from a traumatic past previous relationship experience. Now, the 18th of September, there will be a full moon eclipse in Pisces at 25 degrees in your 5th house. So full moon eclipses are like full moons but on steroids. So this represents that you may be having a very profound experience in your romantic life around the 18th of September, plus or minus about a month. And this full moon eclipse is actually making a kite formation. So it's conjunct Neptune. It's also conjunct Saturn, by the way. It's sextiling both Pluto in Capricorn and Uranus in Taurus. And of course, we've got the moon opposite the sun. So this is a very unique and rare astrological pattern that is occurring with this eclipse. So to me, this indicates that there is some sort of epiphany taking place with respect to why your romantic life is the way that it is. Now, that can pertain to those of you who are in relationships, those of you who are married, those of you who are casually dating, or those of you who are single. So just take it as it resonates. Ultimately, this indicates that you can understand self-sabotaging behavior that you have been exhibiting in your current relationship or in previous relationships or romantic connections. Some of you may be understanding how childhood experiences may have led you to have unhealthy views of relationships or an unhealthy idea of marriage or the family dynamic as it is. Maybe your experiences have led you to have boundaries that are not as solid or tight as you would like them to be, or conversely, maybe you have such strong boundaries that your guard is always up, and this could be coming from a place of paranoia or suspicion rather than a healthy set of boundaries. Of course, this is a general reading, so just take it as it resonates. Because this full moon is at 25 degrees, which is the Aries degree, it's about breaking out of the mold and breaking out of this cycle that you've been experiencing. Not to mention the conjunction to Neptune at 28 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, may indicate to you that maybe your family have been meddling in your relationships or in your love life, or trying to emotionally manipulate you, whether this is previously with your romantic connections or in your existing relationship. Now, on a different level, this can indicate that you are considering a romantic future with someone that you had previously written off. So you may be giving someone a second chance, or even if you're not giving them a second chance, you may hear from someone that you used to be romantically involved with who is basically wanting you back. So it looks like a very emotional eclipse, but one that can lead to profound breakthroughs for you, especially because we've got the eclipse sextiling Pluto, which is one of your chart rulers, and that's at 29 degrees Capricorn. So it's like you're finally able to put this chapter behind you and move forward with relationships in a healthy way, especially because the ruler of the full moon is Jupiter, and we've got Jupiter in Gemini at 20 degrees, making a beautiful trine to Venus, the planet of relationships, at 23 degrees Libra. And so Scorpio, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Wishing you many blessings for the year ahead, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. I want to start off with some amazing news, which is that Jupiter will be transiting your 7th house for the first time since 2012/2013. Jupiter is not only your ruling planet, it is also the planet which represents good luck, good fortune, blessings, and basically when Jupiter transits the 7th house, this is a high-level indicator for getting into a new relationship and experiencing profound blessings on your existing relationship if you're already with someone. And for others of you, this can indicate perhaps proposing to someone else or getting proposed to, or even getting married. So Jupiter will enter the sign of Gemini on the 25th of May in 2024, and it will be there until the 9th of June in 2025. So this is about a 1 year long transit, but in 2024, Jupiter will traverse the degrees of 0 through 21. So if you are a Sagittarius sun, moon or rising, you're most likely to feel the effects of this transit. If you're between 0 and 21 degrees in 2024, if you have your sun, moon or rising between 22 degrees and 29 degrees, then perhaps you'll be feeling this in the first half of 2025. Nevertheless, just take it as it resonates. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, if you're already in a relationship, this can indicate that there is a huge blessing coming through to your relationship. So for some of you, you may be getting married, you may be getting pregnant, or your partner may be getting pregnant. And I say this because Jupiter is your ruling planet, and when it opposes you, this can indicate getting pregnant. But then again, the 7th house is your partner's first house, so that's why it can work either way. If that's a little bit too complicated, don't worry about it. On a different level, your significant other could be experiencing some form of profound physical or emotional healing. So if they've been experiencing a period of depression, or maybe just feeling down on their luck, or even some sort of physical ailment, or some kind of sickness, Jupiter going through your 7th house could indicate that they are healing from this, or perhaps they're at least getting on the right track. Now, on a different level, Jupiter is a planet which represents liberation and freedom. So for a select few of you, Jupiter going through your 7th house can indicate that you may be coming out of a relationship. But if that is the case, despite how devastating and heartbreaking relationship breakups can be, this will be some sort of blessing in disguise, but it may not be apparent to you until after Jupiter has left the sign of Gemini. So that could be after, the second half of, let's just say from the second half of 2025 onwards. Now, even if you're going through a breakup during this period of time, that does not mean that you won't be meeting someone new, because Jupiter brings expansion. Okay, so you may be letting go of one relationship but welcoming a new one into your life. Now, if you're already in an existing relationship, you and your significant other could be starting a new chapter when it comes to property matters and your living circumstances. And I'm saying that because Jupiter rules over your 4th house. And the 4th house represents property, living matters, living circumstances, as well as family and children. So you may be starting a new chapter when it comes to your family, whether this is you and your family relocating from wherever you're already living. For some of you, you may become grandparents during this period of time, or maybe even great-grandparents. And like I said, Jupiter is a planet which represents good luck and blessings. So this can just mean that you're feeling a lot more optimistic about your relationships and your romantic life. Now, another transit that I wanted to discuss was the North Node being in Aries in your 5th house. And conversely, the South Node will be in Libra in your 11th house. But why this is relevant to you as a love horoscope is because the 5th house rules over love, romance, and dating. And the North Node brings newness. Okay, so what I mean to say is a new chapter pertaining to that house. So the North Node first entered Aries in July of 2023, and this is an 18-month transit. So the North Node will be in Aries in your 5th house from July 2023 till January 2025. In 2024, the degrees will be 21, moving back through 1 degrees. Sorry, it's Mercury retrograde pre-shadow, so I'm getting hit with all of the Mercury retrograde energy. I digress. With the North Node transiting your 5th house during this 18-month period, what you are interested in terms of what a romantic relationship looks like may be shifting dramatically. So some of you may have been monogamous and now you're interested in an open relationship, or the reverse of that could be true. Maybe the type of person that you used to be interested in could be changing or shifting during this period of time. There may be lots of new opportunities for you, romantically speaking, especially if you're single. So there could be more casual sexual encounters, or if you've met someone, or if you meet someone during this period of time, it's highly likely that things will progress at a rapid pace or really, really quickly. So even if you've just gone on a few dates, maybe straight away, you guys are making it official and you're dating, or you could just be moving through quote unquote traditional relationship steps at a very fast pace. Now, between the 1st and 25th of April, Mercury will be retrograde in Aries in your 5th house from 27 degrees going back to 5 degrees. So again, the 5th house rules over love, dating and romance, more so in a casual sense, whereas the 7th house is more about your long-term committed relationships. So with Mercury ruling over your 7th house and your 10th house and being retrograde in the 5th, you may be hearing back from an ex, or you may be reaching out to an ex, whether this is an ex-lover, husband, wife, spouse, or maybe even just someone that you used to be romantically involved with or just sexually involved with. This could see you maybe even getting back with someone who you used to be involved with romantically speaking. Maybe things are kicking off again, or you're giving them a second chance, or vice versa. You could be redefining the status of your relationship, especially if you're sort of casually dating someone around this period of time. Because Mercury rules over the 10th house, you could be publicly telling people about a change of relationship status. So whether that is going from single to dating, or dating to exclusive, or maybe in a relationship to separated, or married to divorced. In any case, like I said, you could just be making this change of relationship status more public, or perhaps more official somehow. Some of you may be rethinking what you want out of a relationship or a romantic partner. And if you haven't been dating for a while, this could see you getting back into the dating world. And because 15 and 27 degrees are both Gemini degrees in astrology, you could be reactivating a dating app or apps, or you could be deactivating your apps if you've been on them consistently. Now, on the 8th of April, there will be a new moon total solar eclipse in Aries in your 5th house at 19 degrees. New moon eclipses are about a new chapter taking place in your life, but this is a powerful new chapter. So what's fascinating about this new moon eclipse, this total solar eclipse, is that we've got Venus at 4 degrees, which is the planet of love and relationships. And this total solar eclipse is conjunct Chiron at 19 degrees and Mercury at 24 degrees Aries, which will be retrograde. So there's a lot of activity in Aries in your 5th house. So basically, some of you could meet someone new around this time, and maybe you hit it off straight away. Maybe sparks are flying. You could take a casual dating situation to the next level very, very quickly. So maybe you've only been on a few dates and you're making it exclusive, or maybe you haven't been dating very long and yet, you're talking about getting married or proposing. On a different note, because Venus is at 4 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, you could be moving in together very quickly or buying a property. For others of you, you may get pregnant, or your significant other could get pregnant, especially because it is conjunct Mercury, which rules over your 7th house. On a different level though, for some of you Sagittarians, you may just be having profound realizations about your dating history and your love life, and you could be deciding to make some very important changes. And not all of you will be meeting someone around this time, not all of you will be entering into a relationship around this time, and that's fine. But just watch out for what happens a month before or a month after this total solar eclipse, because that could be offering you a glimpse into what's next for you with respect to your love life and dating. Now, between the 23rd and the 16th of June, Venus will be transiting Gemini in your 7th house. So again, the 7th house rules over your committed relationships and marriage as well. So with Venus going through the 7th, you may be experiencing peace and harmony in your relationship with your significant other or in your marriage. Because Venus rules over your 6th house, which is work, and it also rules over your health regime and exercise regime. You and your partner could be doing things to get healthy together. You could decide that you want to work together, so you could be working on a project. Venus also rules over your 11th house, which is Libra. So the two of you could be working towards your long-term goals and plans for the future. And for others of you, you could be talking about what's the next step of our relationship. Even if you don't take that next step, it could be like, you know, should we move in together? Should we start a family? Should we look at living together? You know, where is this going? Where is this heading? On the 6th of June, there will be a new moon in Gemini at 16 degrees in your 7th house. Now, when I was preparing notes for this new moon, I got very excited because this is the first time I've looked at it, and this new moon is exactly conjunct Venus, which is a planet of love and relationships, and this new moon will also be conjunct Mercury at 6 degrees, which rules over your 7th house of partnerships and relationships, and Jupiter, which is your ruling planet, will be at 2 degrees Gemini. So we've got Jupiter, Mercury, the Moon, the Sun, and Venus, a full-blown stellium of planets in Gemini in your 7th house. And all of this is making a beautiful trine to Pluto in Aquarius at 1 degrees. To be fair, it is making a tense square to Saturn at 18 degrees Pisces, but I'm going to unpack all of this, so hang tight. If you are single, this new moon could indicate that around this time you could be meeting someone special. Now, you may be meeting them via a family member, so maybe someone in your family or a sibling or relative could be introducing you to this person. Because this new moon is in Gemini, they could be someone who is a neighbor or involved in your local community. They could actually be a close friend, a co-worker, or a client. You may even meet them online while you're at home. I'm just tying in 16 degrees because that is the Cancer degree in astrology. But then Gemini has this like online energy. You could meet them at an education course or while you're studying something, or perhaps at school. Maybe this is someone you study with. You could meet them at a bed and breakfast or on some sort of short getaway trip, or maybe even like on the train or on public transport. Now, if you are in a relationship already at the time of this new moon, this indicates that you're making some serious plans about the future. So you could be talking about moving in together. You could be talking about buying property, selling property, purchasing an investment property, or maybe even something to do with a business venture that involves real estate or Airbnbs or something like that. You could be talking about starting a family together. Now, you could be starting to try for a family, you know, whether you're having the conversation or actually starting to try to conceive. Not that it has to be starting a family through quote unquote conventional means. Maybe you'll be looking at involving a surrogate or IVF or fostering a child. You could be talking about having your children from a previous relationship meeting your new partner or vice versa, or maybe you both have children from former relationships and now you're talking about combining your families. On a different level, you could be talking about retiring together as a couple, or maybe one of you's already retired and now the other person in the relationship is looking at retiring. On a different note, you just could be making changes to your property and living circumstances. So maybe you're redecorating, maybe you have a delay with some of this stuff, okay? So with the square to Saturn, maybe maybe you can't relocate just yet, or you can't purchase a property just yet, but you're talking about doing this maybe 6 months down the track or 18 months down the track, or even if you are trying to implement these changes and start this new chapter. The square to Saturn indicates to me that there is some kind of external challenge or obstacle to overcome. For others of you, you could be starting some kind of new joint venture with your significant other, which requires a lot of work from the both of you over a period of time. At 16 degrees, maybe this is, working on a farm together, growing a garden. Maybe you want to plant, fruit trees or a vegetable patch at your home. Or this could be something related to your local community or your local neighborhood. And if that's the case, there could be some sort of bureaucratic red tape to overcome, or a bit of pushback from your local government just with restrictions, and maybe you need approval for this kind of thing. Obviously, I've gone into a lot of depth with this one, so let's just move right along. On the 17th of October, there will be a full moon in Aries in your 5th house at 24 degrees. This full moon is making a grand cross, which involves a square. So we've got the moon opposite the sun, and they're both squaring Pluto in Capricorn at 29 degrees and Mars in Cancer at 22 degrees. And Mars is the ruler of the full moon. So to me, with respect to love and relationships, and this occurring in your 5th house, this is bringing up questions like, what needs to change in my relationship? What can I do differently? What can my partner do differently? What are our needs? Maybe you're discovering that there's something that you're doing that's sabotaging your romantic prospects and that you need to make some changes. The shoe could be on the other foot, where you could feel like your significant other is sort of gaslighting you a little bit. It doesn't have to be so sinister as that. It could just be that your significant other isn't really understanding where you're coming from, or maybe you're feeling like there's a lot of attention put on them and not so much on you. So this is a time where important conversations could be had with you and your significant other. And if you're single, maybe it's just you asking yourself some important questions about why that is and how do I change that, if that is something that you indeed do want to change. Lastly, let's have a look at the full moon in Gemini. So this is occurring on the 15th of December in your 7th house at 23 degrees. If you are single, you could realize that you have feelings for a friend, and that's because this full moon's at 23 degrees, which is the Aquarian degree. So Aquarius rules over friendship. It's also in Gemini, which rules over friendship. And this full moon's conjunct Jupiter at 15 degrees Gemini, and Gemini rules over close friends. And all of this is trining Venus at 9 degrees Aquarius, as well as Pluto at 0 degrees. So, all roads are sort of leading to maybe having a crush on someone that you're friends with, that is a co-worker or a client, maybe a neighbor, maybe someone in your local community, or someone that you go to school with, or perhaps attend university with. You could be confessing your feelings to them, or they could be confessing their feelings to you. If that is not the case, but you are still single around this time, not that there's anything wrong with that, you may be deciding that you want to involve yourself in a community or in some kind of group work or education course in order to put yourself out there and perhaps meet other people. And perhaps you are looking at getting onto dating apps or websites. Now, if you are in a relationship at the time of this full moon, you may be seeing the results of those seeds that you had planted that I just mentioned before with the new moon in Gemini back on the 6th of June. So this could be a project that you started 6 months ago, or perhaps even 18 months ago, though it doesn't need to be. You and your significant other could just find that you're completing a shared goal or project together. You may feel that it's time to launch a business venture together. With this full moon in Gemini squaring Saturn, there could be sustained effort from the both of you right up until that last moment where you're ready to launch this new business venture out into the ether. Look, worst case scenario, well, not worst case, but a negative manifestation of this full moon could be that you and your significant other may be having issues with your local neighborhood or your local community, or there could be some pushback on a community project or a local neighborhood project that you've been working on. Nevertheless, with the trine to Venus and Pluto, to me it looks like you and your partner have achieved something special together that you can both congratulate each other on. And even if it's not like a tangible project or goal, maybe the two of you have just taken stock of how far you've come over the last few months together, and you're recognizing the fact that you have really turned the tables on some negative patterns that you had been exhibiting in your relationship. And so Sagittarius, that is your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button, and wishing you many blessings for the year ahead. Thanks Sagittarius, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. I'm very excited to talk about the fact that Jupiter is transiting your 5th house, which rules over love and romance, for the first 5 months of the year. So first and foremost, Jupiter is a planet which is considered to be the benefic planet in astrology, or the greater benefic, I should say. So it bestows one with blessings, abundance, and good fortune to whichever house it is transiting through. And because the 5th house is related to your love and romantic life, Jupiter through the 5th house is a very fortunate transit for you, romantically speaking. So Jupiter first entered Taurus back in May 2023 and will be finishing up on the 25th of May in 2024. For this year, it will be transiting the degrees of 5 through till 29 degrees. So it's trining you, which is such a beautiful aspect to be receiving from Jupiter. And just by the way, Jupiter takes 12 years to transit through all 12 signs. So the last time that you experienced Jupiter in your 5th house was in 2011 and 2012. So for those of you who are already in a relationship, this transit can bring blessings to that relationship. It can reignite the spark. You can be experiencing more passion or just enjoying your time with your partner more. Maybe you're going on more dates, or perhaps there's simply more romance and fun in your love life. On a different level, some of you could be finding out that someone has secret feelings for you. And I'm saying secret because Jupiter rules over your 12th house. So the 12th house rules over anything that is mysterious or unknown to us, but then Jupiter is a planet which brings truth, knowledge, and insight. Okay, so Jupiter through your 5th house could, like I said, indicate that you're finding out that someone has feelings for you, or the shoe could be on the other foot. Now, Jupiter rules over your 3rd house. So this individual could be a friend, a co-worker, a client, perhaps someone that you go to school with, or maybe even a neighbor. Now, some of you could very well be entering into a relationship while Jupiter is transiting your 5th house. So if you're not in one already, then between the start of the year and the 25th of May, there could be a relationship that you're getting into. Even if you're not becoming official with this other person, you could simply meet them during this period of time. Now, on the 29th, one more thing. Some of you may experience liberation from a former romantic connection. So if there's someone that you had feelings for, or that you were involved in a relationship with, and you feel like you just can't break out or can't break free from having these feelings, Jupiter going through your 5th house can indicate that you're actually finally moving on from them and you're no longer feeling beholden to this other person. Now, between the 29th of April and the 23rd of May, Venus will be transiting Taurus in your 5th house. And Venus already rules over the 5th house in your chart anyway, so having it here is a very fortunate transit. And it happens every year, but this is coinciding with Jupiter going through your 5th house, so it's a little bit extra special. So with Venus going through your 5th house, if you are in a relationship already, this can indicate that you're going on more dates with this person. Maybe you're having a great time. Maybe, the spark is reignited in your relationship, or you could be going on a holiday together. You and your significant other may be deciding that you want to start a family together or expand your family further, with Venus ruling over the 5th house and the 5th house being connected to children. You could notice that your significant other, or maybe even the person that you're dating, is getting along really well with your children. So even if this is not the parent of your child, maybe this is someone that you've just started dating, this can indicate that maybe your children approve, or that relationship is going really well. If you are casually dating someone, you may be taking things to the next level. If you're single, this is a good time to put yourself out there if you are wanting to meet someone romantically speaking. So if there are opportunities for you to attend parties or events, then I would be saying yes. And by the way, because Venus rules over your 10th house, this could be like a work party, or you could be flirting with someone from work, or someone from work could be kind of hitting on you. Now, for the exciting part, right, we've got Jupiter conjunct Venus at 29 degrees in Taurus in your 5th house, and this is happening on the 23rd of May. So Jupiter and Venus only form this conjunction once per year. So if it is making a positive aspect to you, which it is in this case, then that is one to look out for. So not only is Venus the planet of love and relationships, like I said, Jupiter is, transiting Taurus in your 5th house for the first time in about 12 years. So this conjunction is not one that you would have seen in the last decade, taking place in your 5th house. And 29 degrees is the Leo degree, which is connected to love and romance. So this can see some of you entering into a new relationship around this time. Maybe someone who you have feelings for is telling you that they have feelings for you, or vice versa. You could actually feel like you've met your soulmate at this time, or the love of your life. Someone could be not just telling you that they have feelings for you, they could be professing their love to you. For others of you, you may get pregnant, especially if you are a Capricorn around 29 degrees, or maybe even 25 through till 29 degrees. And for others of you, you could realize that you have feelings for someone, even if you're not telling them. This could be like just a real shocker to you, where you just weren't expecting to have feelings for this person. And I'm saying that because Jupiter rules over the 12th house. So again, this could be something that's hidden, like you hiding these feelings from yourself. On a different note, you could be feeling very optimistic about your romantic future. Maybe you're feeling like you have more options. Maybe you're feeling ready to get back out there and start dating again. You could experience a profound healing experience, for want of a better term, when it comes to romantic relationships. So even if you're not meeting someone or realizing that you have feelings for someone, it could just be that, you're feeling like you're really turning over a new leaf, romantically speaking. And for those of you who are in a relationship, this just indicates that a beautiful and profound blessing can be bestowed on your relationship. So maybe something in your relationship is being healed. Maybe your partner is saying something to you that you've always wanted them to hear, always wanted to hear from them. Maybe even if you're not starting a family at this time, maybe they're saying to you, hey, you're part of my future. I want to marry you. I want to have a family with you. And yeah, maybe they are telling you that they want to make your relationship official or take it to the next level in some capacity. Now, on the 5th of July, there will be a new moon in Cancer in your 7th house at 14 degrees. So this particular new moon will be, let me flick to it, sorry guys, will be conjunct Venus at 22 degrees, and the moon will be trining Saturn at 19 degrees and sextiling Mars and Uranus, which are both in Taurus in your 5th house. So again, this new moon indicates that there's an opportunity to take your relationship to the next level and make it more official. And I'm saying that because Venus, which is the planet of love and relationships, is at 22 degrees, which is the Capricorn degree. So maybe that's making things official, letting people know you're romantic, like the status of your relationship with another person. If you're in a relationship already, you and your partner could be starting a new chapter, which involves your finances and resources. And perhaps this is to do with the legacy that you want to leave behind for your family, for your children, for your grandchildren even. If you are single at this time, you could be investing physically in your appearance, or you could just be investing more time via self-care. And I'm saying this because the new moon's at 14 degrees, which is the Taurus degree, which is associated with self-care and how we nourish ourselves, what we eat, food as well, and beauty. And then the new moon's conjunct Venus, which again rules all of these things in turn. So like I said, you could be investing in your physical appearance, you could be investing time, you could be deciding to eat more healthily, or to invest in a new wardrobe, or start presenting yourself differently. And the reason I'm referring to you individually, even though this is in your 7th house, is because it's making a trine to Saturn, which is your chart ruler. Now, let's just see. Between the 17th of June and the 11th of July, sorry, those weren't in order. I should have done Venus in Cancer first. Anyway, I hope that's okay. From the 17th of June through till the 11th of July, Venus will transit the sign of Cancer in your 7th house. So the 7th house rules over your relationships, and it rules over partnerships and marriage. So this can indicate that you are experiencing more peace and harmony in your relationship. And you and your significant other could be discussing what the next step is for your relationship, especially because Venus rules over your 5th house, which is Taurus, and your 10th house, which is Libra. So the 5th house is dating, the 10th house is, your status out in the world. So you could be deciding whether or not you want to have a family together, maybe start a business together, and or start a new project together, which could be of the creative variety. Now, lastly, Capricorn, on the 15th of November, there will be a full moon in Taurus in your 5th house at 24 degrees. And this full moon will be conjunct Uranus, and it will also be sextiling Neptune and Saturn, which are both in Pisces, and trining Pluto in Capricorn, which is in your 1st house. So full moons are all about the ending of a chapter or the ending of a cycle taking place. On a different note, it can represent something reaching its peak or a culmination point, or perhaps it's to do with having a sudden realization or an epiphany. And I certainly do think that that could be the case for many of you. And I'm saying this because the full moon's conjunct Uranus, and Uranus is the planet which rules over sudden downloads of information. And these can be shocking insights which really turn your whole world upside down. So basically Uranus can have this sort of unexpected, shocking energy to it. I know I keep using the word shocking, but There's really no other word for it, other than unexpected. So because this is taking place in your 5th house, which is to do with love and relationships, dating, as well as having a crush on other people, you could be having some kind of epiphany when it comes to your love life. So some of you may be realizing that you have really strong feelings for another person. You may even find that you're in love with another person, especially because this full moon is trining Pluto, and Pluto's at 29 degrees Capricorn. Again, 29 degrees is the Leo degree, which rules over love and romance. Plus, Venus will also be in Capricorn at 4 degrees. So this is a very emotional full moon. Now, it could also be that you're realizing that you've fallen out of love with someone. So if you are dating someone, whether this is sort of casually or even if you're in a serious committed relationship, this full moon can indicate that the feelings that you once had just aren't there anymore. And that's also highlighted by the full moon being at 24 degrees, which is the Pisces degree. So this can indicate the dissipation of those feelings, if not those hidden, buried feelings. So you can see how it works both ways. On a different note, and I know that I've mentioned this in a few other of the transits, but someone could be revealing that they have feelings for you, and this could come as a total surprise. And you may realize that you have feelings for someone else, which obviously I mentioned before when I said you could realize you're in love with someone, but perhaps you don't know where these feelings came from, or someone may even accuse you or just say to you, hey, I'm pretty sure you have feelings for this person, and you're like, no, I don't. And then you're like, oh my God, yes, I do. On a different note, this could indicate that you and your significant other are having a very spiritual experience with one another, especially because this full moon is at the Piscean degree, and it's also sextile Neptune in Pisces as well. So you might even have like a tarot reading or an occult reading of sorts, which is very accurate and very profound, which pertains to your love life. One more thing I wanted to add for you guys is that this year is very profound because you are wrapping up the transit of Pluto through Capricorn, which you have been experiencing since 2008. So even though Pluto is going through your 1st house, it is opposing your 7th house, which represents your romantic partnerships and marriage and committed relationships of all kinds. So if you've gone through quite a dry spell with Pluto going through Capricorn since 2008, or if there's been lots of obstacles and challenges and insecurities to overcome during this period of time, especially if you are a Capricorn around 27, 28, 29 degrees, this can indicate that this chapter is coming to a close and you'll never experience this again in this lifetime. So many Capricorns may feel as though they've gone through an ego death and that they've had to let go of friendships and relationships that they didn't want to say goodbye to, or perhaps they've undergone transformations that you didn't want to see, like in these relationships. But once you come out the other side of this and Pluto goes into the sign of Aquarius, you are going to feel like a huge weight has been lifted from your shoulders. So in terms of the dates, first and foremost, Pluto, let me find it for you guys, sorry. Pluto first entered the sign of Aquarius in March 2023 through till the 11th of June in 2023. Then it went back into Capricorn, but Pluto will be going into Aquarius once more in January 2024. And even though it'll have a brief period in Capricorn again around September, October, November, after November this year, you're completely done with Pluto being in Capricorn. So I'm sure that that's going to feel really, really amazing for all of you Capricorns, especially if you've been experiencing mental health issues like depression or anxiety or feelings of hopelessness and helplessness. So there's a lot of blessings coming through for you Capricorns. It's not just Pluto leaving Capricorn, but it's also Jupiter trining you as well. And so Capricorn, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Wishing you many blessings for the year ahead, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Aquarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. Let's start off by looking at the fact that Pluto will be re-entering the sign of Aquarius on the 20th of January. So first and foremost, Pluto takes nearly 250 years to transit through all 12 signs. So not everyone will experience Pluto transiting their Sun, Moon or Ascendant sign in this lifetime, but you Aquarians are having that privilege. And I say privilege because Pluto is really going to radically transform your life in so many ways over the next 20 years. Obviously, this is a very wide span of time, but with Pluto, we can look at close orbs, so within 1 or 2 degrees of your Sun, Moon or rising sign. Nevertheless, with Pluto ruling over your 10th house, which represents your public standing in society and your reputation, Pluto transiting your first house indicates that you are rewriting the story. There is a whole new chapter and cycle that is beginning for you over the course of the next 2 decades. But you will start to see these themes crop up in this year, and also maybe some of these themes were coming up around March, April, May, June of 2023. Now, this can indicate that there are significant changes that will be coming through when it comes to your relationship status. So this could see there being big changes when it comes to whether you are single, in a relationship, going through a separation or a divorce. And obviously 2 decades is a very long period of time, but this indicates that you are experiencing the really strong urge and impulse to redefine what kind of relationships you are interested in, what kind of connections you want to maintain or to pursue. And your relationships in general may be undergoing a hard rewiring process. So you may find yourself having incredibly intense and passionate emotions when it comes to your existing romantic relationship or towards someone else. So on a different level, some of you may experience that strong feelings that you had for someone dissipate while Pluto is transiting your sign, especially when it gets very close to your ascendant Sun or Moon. Now, on the 25th of January, there will be a full moon in Leo in your 7th house at 5 degrees. And your 7th house rules over your relationships as well as marriage. So this full moon is making a tense T-square with Jupiter as the apex planet. So basically Jupiter is at 6 degrees Taurus in your 4th house, and it's squaring the Sun and it's squaring the Moon. And we've also got the Sun conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees. So like I said, this is a tense T-square, and so the energy of this full moon is quite tense, and there's almost like a sense of urgency to it. So this to me indicates that there is some kind of push or challenge for you to grow and expand beyond your current set of circumstances. And I'm saying that because we've got Jupiter squaring this full moon and Pluto, and Jupiter rules over growth and expansion, and it's at 6 degrees. 6 degrees is the Virgo degree, which rules over work, health, diet, and it's in the sign of Taurus, which rules over your finances, resources, and your personal set of values. So if you're romantically involved with another person, you may feel like you are being challenged to improve your life when it comes to your health and diet, or this could be a little bit of a correction process when it comes to how you spend your finances and your resources and what you're investing time and money into. Also, you may feel like your personal morals or values are called into question by something that your partner is saying or doing, or something that they want you to do. So there could be this feeling of the two of you need to reach a compromise, and maybe you're feeling like this is not really a win-win situation. So one of you is having to compromise more than the other person. And because we've got Pluto conjunct the Sun in your first house in Aquarius, it could feel like it's you who's having to transform more, or go further than your significant other. Now, with Pluto being conjunct the Sun, this change is somehow necessary, or it is challenging you to overcome certain fears or blockages, especially when it comes to Plutonian topics. So Pluto rules over intimacy, sex, and mutual resources. So this full moon could be pressurizing you in this way. So maybe you're having to demonstrate a higher level of emotional maturity or intelligence, either in your life in general or with respect to your relationship specifically. You may be challenged to show a deeper level of intimacy with your significant other. Even if you're not in a relationship, it could just be that, you're single, or maybe you're just casually dating someone and this person is wanting you to show a deeper level of emotion, or they could be asking you, pressuring you to reveal your true feelings in this situation. Because this full moon is making an inconjunction to Saturn, which means that it's a quincunx, and we've got the moon at 5 degrees Leo and Saturn at 5 degrees Pisces. Leo and Pisces have nothing in common. They are not of the same polarity, they are not of the same modality, and they are not of the same element. So they truly don't understand one another. So to me, this indicates, especially because Saturn is one of your ruling planets, that you may not be understanding how being emotionally guarded, unavailable, or seemingly aloof may be sabotaging elements of your love life or your relationship, or your potential to call a relationship into your life. And this could be coming through because, like I said, you're emotionally guarded, or perhaps you're placing too much importance on work and your career, and maybe you're feeling like you need to get to a certain level in your career before you can take things to the next level with another person. And this person is like, hey, I just want to be with you. I don't care whether you have this promotion, or whether you, have this certain status in your career. Let's just move things forward. So, like I said, it's a 10th full moon on the 25th of January. So now let's have a look at Venus transiting your 5th house, which is a much more lighthearted transit for you Aquarians. So this will be between the 23rd of May and the 16th of June. The 5th house rules over your love life and dating and romance. So this can see you going on lots of dates or having a great time with your significant other. You could be experiencing the spark being reignited in your life. You could even be going on a holiday together, especially because Venus rules over your 9th house, which rules over travel. You could feel, whether you're in a relationship or not, more attractive. Maybe you develop a crush on someone who is of a different cultural background, or they could be someone at college or university, or they could be traveling, they could be on a holiday, and you could have a travel fling with someone. If you're single, you could be getting asked out, or there could be opportunities for you to attend parties and fun events where you meet people that you're attracted to or who are attracted to you. There may even be college or university events where you may meet someone, or you could just have like a casual romantic experience at a party or an event. So Venus going through the 5th house is always a positive time for love, romance, and dating. And by the way, if you are in a relationship during this period of time, you and your significant other could be deciding to try and expand your family further. So you could be talking about having a family or expanding that family of yours, and maybe you're even going to start trying for a family around this period of time. Now, between the 25th of May and the 9th of June, Jupiter will be transiting Gemini in your 5th house, and you haven't experienced this transit for about 12 years, since 2012/2013, and that is because Jupiter takes 12 years to transit through all 12 signs. So Jupiter transiting your 5th house is hands down the most positive aspect you could experience when it comes to your love life. And that is because the 5th house rules over love, romance, and dating, and Jupiter is the ultimate planet of blessings, abundance, and good fortune. So Jupiter going through your 5th house could indicate that there is a huge blessing coming through on your relationship. You can experience more passion, reignite the spark. Your sex life can certainly improve. You could be going on more dates, experiencing more romance and fun and frivolity with your significant other. If you've been casually dating someone, you may enter into a relationship during this period of time. And, you know, even if you don't get into a relationship or meet someone special during this 12-month period, you could just be dating a lot, flirting a lot. There could be lots more opportunities for you to have fun in your love life. There may be more casual sexual encounters on a different level. You could find out that someone has feelings for you. So because Jupiter rules over your 11th house, which is Sagittarius, this could be a friend or a friend of a friend, could be an acquaintance or someone in your wider community, or you could meet them online. Just a real change of direction here. Jupiter trining your ascendant, sun, or moon, but more so ascendant or moon, could indicate that you are getting pregnant, or maybe your significant other is getting pregnant. And if you're single, just by the way, and you're not wanting to start a family, just be extra careful while Jupiter is in your 5th house and trining your sun, moon, and ascendant. Now, lastly, some of you may experience liberation or freedom from a previous romantic connection that has been weighing you down. So this could be an ex-lover, an ex-spouse, or maybe someone you were just really hung up on or really in love with. And so Jupiter going through your 5th house can indicate that you're getting over this person once and for all. You're not thinking about them anymore. They're not taking up precious real estate in your mind. So one thing I did want to mention is that Jupiter will be transiting 0 through 21 degrees in 2024. So those are the Aquarians who will feel it the most, those between 0 and 21 degrees. If you're between 22 and 29 degrees, you're more likely to feel these effects between the beginning of 2025 and the 9th of June, which will be the end of that transit. So now let's take a look at the new moon in Gemini. So this is occurring on the 6th of June at 16 degrees in your 5th house. When I first took a look at this new moon, I got all kinds of excited because this new moon is exactly conjunct Venus on the button at 16 degrees, but there's also a stellium here in your 5th house. So we've got Jupiter at 2 degrees Gemini, Mercury at 6 degrees Gemini, and then the moon, the sun, and Venus all at 16 degrees Gemini. And all of this is trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 1st house. Wow, this is such a high level indicator for a positive new chapter starting in your love life and in the relationship department. I'm not gonna lie, it is making a tense square to Saturn at 18 degrees Pisces, but this new moon is blessed by Venus and Jupiter and the trine to Pluto, so this overrides the quote-unquote negative aspects of Saturn, but I am going to go through what this new moon can indicate for you. So if you are in a relationship, you could be planning to invest in a property with you and your partner, or you could be looking at redecorating or having your partner move in with you. Or you could be planning to move in with them. I say this because 16 degrees is the Cancer degree, which rules over family and your property and living circumstances. You could be talking about introducing your families to each other, whether this is, to parents, or if you have children from previous relationships, whether that's you, them, or both. You could be introducing each other to your children. And for others of you, you could be starting about planning a family or expanding a family further. On a different note, the 5th house rules over business and, owning your own business, I should say. So you could be working on a project to start a business with your significant other. Now, because this new moon is at the Cancer degree and it is also conjunct Venus, which rules over your 4th house, which again rules over your living circumstances, and it also involves Jupiter, which is travel, and Mercury, which could be documentation. You may be planning to get a visa or permanent residency to relocate abroad, or this could be setting that up for your significant other to come and reside with you. So maybe it's a permanent residence or a visa or citizenship for them. This could be talking about getting married or your future together. And with respect to the square to Saturn, okay, so this is the tricky part. Saturn can represent delays, obstacles, and challenges. It is at 18 degrees, which is the Virgo degree. So again, this represents doubling down on the difficulty here. So you may have to wait. There may be red tape. You may have to go through some sort of visa process, and this could take a long time. You may just have emotional hang-ups or be feeling guarded about taking this next step with your partner. So it's sort of like you really want to, take things to the next level, but you're not sure if you're ready. Or you may have work commitments that you have to fulfill before you can take this next step. Or perhaps for health reasons or responsibilities to someone or something else, you're making these plans, but you can't act on them just yet, or you can foresee that there is a significant wait time or delay before all of this comes off. If you're casually dating someone, you can be talking about taking things to the next level, and maybe that entails some of those aforementioned things about meeting each other's families or children, or moving in together, or just planning for your future. If you're single, you could be thinking about the future of your love life, and maybe you're feeling like you need to relocate or switch up your living circumstances or conditions in order for you to have a successful relationship. You may feel like you need to relocate. You may have dating hang-ups which are related to your family or your cultural background, and so you're just emotionally working through these. On a different note, you could meet someone special through a relative, a co-worker, a client, a neighbor, or someone from school, or they could be a co-worker, a client, a neighbor, or someone from school. So now let's have a look at Venus in Leo. So Venus will transit your 7th house in Leo between the 11th of July and the 4th of August. This can see there being peace and harmony being experienced in your romantic relationship or in your marriage. And some of you could be taking a relationship to the next level. Even if that's not necessarily occurring, if you're in a relationship, this could just be a really positive time for your significant other. Even if you're not in a relationship, you could be feeling more optimistic about the future, or there could be propositions to go out on dates that are coming your way. Now, on the 4th of August, there will be a new moon in Leo at 12 degrees in your 7th house. So new moons are all about a new chapter or a new cycle beginning, and the 7th house rules over your relationships, your marriage, as well as the promises and commitments that you make to other people. So if you are in a relationship, given that this new moon is conjunct Venus at 29 degrees, which is the planet of love and relationships, and it's square Uranus in Taurus, there is a bit of tension here, but to be fair, the new moon is also sextiling Mars and Jupiter in the sign of Gemini. So if you're in a relationship, this could indicate that you are going to have to commit to a degree of growth and expansion because your partner is asking for this, or you could be at risk of losing the relationship, or it's really important to them, and so you're willing to make this commitment to them. So because of the square between Venus and Uranus, your partner could sort of be putting pressure on you to make certain commitments or promises to them. But because of this beautiful sextile to Mars and Jupiter, this indicates that there's such a positive outcome at the end of this, if you do fulfill this commitment to them. So this could be to do with sharing things together, like a spiritual experience, because the new moon is at 12 degrees. So maybe your partner wants you to commit to something spiritual or artistic. With the sextile to Mars and Jupiter in the 9th house, again, this is highlighting that spiritual or perhaps religious element. Maybe they are wanting you to go back to study, or maybe they want to travel or study something together with you. With this new moon, you may have to be okay with a period of long distance with your partner, because the new moon's at 12 degrees, which is the Piscean degree. So this could be a period of isolation for you or for them. Maybe your partner needs to go abroad to travel or to take care of certain responsibilities, and so there's this period of not seeing them for a while, or the shoe could be on the other foot, and maybe that's you that's in that boat. For others of you, it could be that your partner or you are like, hey, I need to go on a holiday, I need to travel, I need to go on a solo trip or travel with friends and really get this out of my system. Now, on a different level, this new moon in your 7th house, for those of you who are casually dating someone, could indicate that something unexpected crops up in your relationship, or in this sort of new connection with another person, which is pressuring the two of you to make decisions about the future of your connection, which would ordinarily seem premature. For example, maybe this person that you are dating has an opportunity to study abroad, and even though this is like a really new thing for the two of you and your connection, they're making decisions about which country to study in or when to study abroad based on when they're going to be able to see you again. And the same could be said for travel. So maybe they want to go on this trip with friends, but they're like, hey, I'll go with you, or I'll bring you along on this solo trip if you want to be together. So there is an unexpected element with this new moon, which is thanks to the square between Venus and Uranus. And for some of you, this could really throw your attitude to finances and resources into question, because Uranus is at 26 degrees, which is the Taurus degree. So there could be an element of finances and resources that is influencing this new chapter or this new cycle that is starting. And if you're single, this could indicate that you are meeting someone or realizing that you're starting to develop feelings for someone. And because the new moon's at 12 degrees, you could feel like you have to keep these feelings a secret. These feelings could come out of nowhere. You could feel like it's inappropriate to have feelings for this person, especially because Venus is square Uranus. And maybe for some of you, it could be someone who's coming to you and telling you that they have feelings, and you're like, whoa, like, this is a question of morals here, especially again with Uranus at 26 degrees Taurus. So it could be that this person is someone that your family wouldn't necessarily approve of, and maybe that's an issue for them or an issue for you, especially because Uranus is in your 4th house. on a different level, someone you used to be romantically involved with could be coming out of the woodwork and telling you that they've changed, or they made the wrong decision and they want to have a second chance. The reason I'm saying this is because Venus is at 29 degrees Leo, and 29 degrees is the anaretic degree. So it's about getting closure or clarity on a past relationship or connection, but having the opportunity to either wipe the slate clean and start again with them, or just, you know, have your resolve being tested and knowing that it's okay to leave the past in the past, and that, you know, whatever transpired between the two of you was a blessing in disguise. Now, lastly, let's have a look at the full moon in Gemini, which is taking place on the 15th of December in your 5th house. So this full moon is conjunct Jupiter, which is bringing through some sort of beautiful blessing into your life. This full moon is also trining Pluto at 0 degrees Aquarius and Venus at 9 degrees Aquarius, which are both in your first house. So I see this as a blessing that's coming through either on your relationship or on your love life. For some of you who are single, this could indicate that you are going out on a date, or perhaps starting to date a friend, a neighbor, a friend of a friend, or perhaps a client or a colleague. Or with the trine to Venus in Aquarius at 9 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree, this could be someone from college, school, university, or perhaps a foreigner, so someone from a different cultural background to you. If you're in a relationship, this could indicate that the two of you are achieving a shared mutual goal together. And I say that because the full moons indicate a chapter or a cycle coming to fruition or completion, and 23 degrees is the Aquarius degree, which rules over these long-term goals and dreams, and it's conjunct Jupiter at 15 degrees, which is the Gemini degree. And Gemini is a planet which rules over education courses as well as projects. So again, you could be achieving some sort of important project together. Now, with this particular full moon, we do have a tense opposition between Mars in Leo in your 7th house and Pluto and Venus in Aquarius in your 1st house. So Mars will be retrograde at this time at 5 degrees, and 5 degrees is the Leo degree anyway, which rules over love and romance. So this could be bringing up issues in your past. So don't be surprised if you're having conversations about things that you thought were done and dusted. But I see this full moon as being a beautiful opportunity to transform your relationship and to really put these long-standing or former issues to rest once and for all. And so, Aquarius, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Wishing you many blessings for the year ahead, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Pisces, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your love horoscope for 2024. Let's start off by looking at Saturn transiting Pisces. So first of all, Saturn first entered Pisces on the 14th of March in 2023, and it will be in Pisces until February 2026. During 2024, it will transit between 3 and 19 degrees. So if you're a Pisces Sun, Moon or Rising between 3 and 19 degrees, you'll probably feel this transit more strongly than you other Pisceans. Now, Saturn is a planet which rules over commitments, promises, and responsibilities. So on one level, some of you may become more serious with someone that you were dating. So you can go from casually dating to being more exclusive. Maybe you are talking about how you can commit to each other further. This could involve living together. This could involve starting a family together or getting engaged. So all of these things are certainly possible while Saturn is transiting Pisces. For others of you, you and your significant other may actually become grandparents during this period of time. So maybe there are now shared responsibilities and commitments that you have to babysitting, or even if it's not necessarily babysitting, your children may be relying on you for more emotional support. So that's one way that Saturn going through your sign can play out. As I said that, my candle just went out. So yes, some of you could very well be taking your relationship to the next level. Now, on a different note, this can indicate going through a separation, a breakup, or a divorce. So this can indicate that you and your significant other or your spouse are going through the motions of separating your lives from one another. So this could be a gradual process or a long drawn out process. For some of you, you may feel ready to break up with your significant other or your spouse, but there may be responsibilities or commitments that you need to uphold before you can go through that process. For others of you, you may have to wait until you can file for divorce due to laws in your country. So, for example, in Australia, you have to be separated for 12 months before you can file for divorce. And I personally am going through this process right now. So if you are going through a separation or a divorce, I know firsthand what that's like, and I really feel for you. And I am just, sending you lots of love and positive energy to help you go through that process. Now, for some of you, you could already be undergoing a separation or divorce, and maybe you're just waiting for this final paperwork to be drawn up, or you're still going through the motions which require court cases to be attended, or maybe you're having to involve lawyers or seek out legal advice. On a different level, for some of you who are, still happily married or still happily in your relationship with your significant other, you could just have to go through a period of doing long distance. So maybe one of you has to travel, whether this is for work or for one reason or another. Maybe you or your significant other have certain responsibilities or duties that you need to uphold, which take you away from your significant other. So for example, you may have children from a previous relationship that you need to be there for, and so you're just not in a position to spend as much quality time with your partner as you would like. There may just be extended periods of absence or isolation, again, just due to a different, you and your partner having different responsibilities or different schedules. Some of you may feel like your partner is a little bit cold or emotionally unavailable. Having said that, because Saturn is in your first house, it may be you who is feeling inclined to sort of draw yourself back from being as intimate or open with your partner as you would normally be. Now, obviously we've started off on a bit of a heavy note, so let's keep moving along. On the 24th of February, there will be a full moon in Virgo in your 7th house at 5 degrees. Now, what's great about this full moon is that it is making a trine to your ruling planet, which is Jupiter. So Jupiter will be at 10 degrees Taurus in your 3rd house, together with Uranus at 19 degrees Taurus. So because the 7th house in astrology is related to relationships and marriage and these promises and commitments that you make to other people, and the full moon is trining Jupiter, this could indicate that you're making things official, that you're announcing your commitment to another person, or that you're promising to be with this person and you're making it known. I say this because, one, the full moon is opposing Saturn, which represents this commitment and this promise being made. It's also opposite Mercury, so that's where the communication is coming in, so maybe you're disclosing this. But also with the full moon trining Jupiter at 10 degrees, and 10 degrees ruling over, it's the Capricorn degree, which represents your public status and, your reputation. you guys could be making this commitment to one another known. So maybe you're announcing that you're exclusive with this person. Maybe you're announcing that you're engaged or that you're getting married. For others of you, this could be that this could be making it known that you're going through a separation process with you and your partner, or a divorce, and maybe you're receiving a lot of support from friends and family, especially because Jupiter and Uranus are in the 3rd house. So on a different note, some of you may be introducing your partner in a public setting to someone that you respect, and even if you're not necessarily making things exclusive in your relationship or getting engaged or married or what have you, it could just be between you and your partner that you're having this conversation about making your relationship more secure and more solid. And maybe you're just feeling like it's elevated from a casual status to you two recognizing that you want to spend the rest of your life together, even if you're not telling other people. Now, if you, again, that could be the case whether you're in a relationship and it just feels more serious, or if you're casually dating someone and it's graduating to a more serious place. If you are single, this full moon could be playing out as you declaring your feelings for someone. So you could be confessing to someone that you have feelings for them, or confessing your love, or vice versa. So you could hear from someone else that they have feelings for you. On a different note, you could be getting closure on a past relationship. So even if you're still single around this time, obviously there's nothing wrong with that. And, you know, if there's no one in the picture, you could just be ruminating on your previous romantic connections, or your, you know, ex-partner or ex-spouse, and realizing that, you know, you're able to move on from this person, that you no longer hold a candle for them, or you no longer just feel beholden to them in some way. And some of you could be resolving issues that you have with an ex, even if you're not getting back together. And this could allow you to transform your connection with them into a beautiful friendship, especially if it used to be awkward or a little bit hostile. In one way or another, I feel like Pisceans will finally be at peace around the 24th of February with respect to one or more romantic connections, whether they're like present in your life right now, these are current connections, or ones from the past. Now, between the 17th and the 11th of July, Venus will transit Cancer in your 5th house. So this is a really positive transit for love and romance, because the 5th house rules over your love life, and Venus is a planet of love and relationships. So if you're single, you could be getting asked out on dates, you could be putting yourself out there, you could get on dating apps and have some success there, you could be attending parties or small gatherings, and maybe you're introduced to someone special by a friend or a friend of a friend. Now, the reason I'm mentioning friends and small gatherings is because Venus rules over your 3rd house, which pertains to those things. On a different level, Venus rules over your 8th house, which is Libra. So you could find out some important information about someone that you're interested in, romantically speaking, through some kind of esoteric or occult reading. So that could be through astrology or tarot, or seeing a psychic or something like this. Or you could be doing your own intuitive work, or studying your own astrology chart. Now, if you are casually dating someone, this could take that to the next level, where you're maybe getting into a relationship around this period of time. And for others of you, you could just be flirting with someone from the workplace, or flirting with a friend. If you are in a relationship already, then you could be going on lots of dates around this time, or you could just feel like the spark is reignited in your love life, and you two could actually be going on a holiday together. And by holiday, I would see this more so being like a short getaway trip, because Venus rules over the 3rd house. So maybe this is a weekend away. On a different note, with Venus ruling over your 8th house, which is connected to anything that's hidden and secrets, as well as sex, you could actually start a new sexual relationship with someone, whether it's new or whether you're picking this back up, and maybe this is a taboo relationship or romantic or sexual connection, or maybe the two of you are just keeping things secret. And maybe this is an office romance. Now, on the 5th of July, there will be a new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees in your 5th house. And 14 degrees is actually the spiritual star, that's conjunct the spiritual star, which is Sirius. Okay, so that's Sirius. So this is the most spiritual fixed star of all the fixed stars. And what's beautiful about this new moon is that it's also conjunct Venus at 22 degrees. And this is all making a beautiful trine to Saturn in Pisces at 19 degrees in your 1st house. And of course, Neptune is here as well at 29 degrees. So, these are all positive aspects. So if you're single or casually dating someone, I see this as, actually, let's start with if you're single, right? I see this as you investing time in yourself. So prioritizing self-care, nurturing yourself, looking after yourself through self-care means, whether this is just carving out solo time to do things that you enjoy. 14 degrees is the Taurus degree, so you could be investing in your appearance to enhance or elevate your appearance, which can lead you to feeling more confident. It doesn't need to be anything artificial or superficial. It could even just be, you taking yourself out for dinner, or, buying a book that you want to read, or just investing in yourself. And that's showcasing to the universe and to spirit that you value yourself and you're worthy of having these pleasures in your life. And therefore it's calling someone into your life who can also see your worth and see that you have a lot of value. Now, for others of you, this could be the beginnings of an office romance. Again, I'm mentioning this because we've got Venus ruling over your 3rd house, which is connected to co-workers and clients, as well as friends. So it could be a romance with a friend that is taking off. Because this new moon is conjunct Venus at 22 degrees, which is the Capricorn degree, this does tie in your career somehow once more. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but maybe your friendship with another person is basically morphing into something else. If you are in a relationship during this time or at this time, the two of you could be starting a new business venture together, because the 5th house rules over you owning your own business. You could be putting money or resources aside because you're thinking about having a family or expanding your family further, or perhaps you're thinking you and your significant other or your spouse are thinking about your grandchildren if you're of that age, and so maybe you're wanting to think about how you can contribute to them, or helping your children raise their children. On a different level, if you're in a relationship, you may be discussing what your values and what your plans are when it comes to family. What are your family values? What's your parenting style? What's your relationship like with your parents or your siblings or your extended relatives? And I'm saying this because Cancer rules over family, and again, 14 degrees is the Taurus degree, which rules over our values. So on a different note, your significant other may be wanting to please you and ask you how they can meet your needs, which again would be shown by this Taurus degree. And you may feel like you're really turning over a new leaf when it comes to having honest and open communication with one another, especially because this new moon and Venus are making a beautiful sextile to Mars at 19 degrees Taurus and Uranus at 25 degrees Taurus in your 3rd house. Now, Venus will be transiting Virgo in your 7th house, and this is from the 4th till the 29th of August. So the 7th house rules over relationships, promises, commitments, and marriage. So if you're in a relationship, this can indicate that you're experiencing more harmony with your significant other or with your spouse. You're getting along better. You're able to resolve difficult issues, with Venus ruling over the 3rd house, which represents communication, and Venus also ruling over the 8th house, which represents insecurities, fears, as well as intimacy. Venus ruling those two houses and being in your 7th house indicates that you can be having open communication with your significant other about these topics that are, generally speaking, more difficult to broach. So this is a beautiful time for bringing up subjects that you have, maybe felt too insecure to talk about. Your partner will be more amenable to hearing about what these insecurities are and working on a way for the two of you together to overcome these. On a different note, with Venus ruling the 3rd house, which represents friendships, co-workers and clients, you may be taking a relationship with a friend, a co-worker or a client to a romantic level. So you could be going out on a date or starting to date them. This is a total change of subject here, but if there's someone you've been casually having sex with, you may hear from this person that they want to make your relationship exclusive, or that it's not just sex for them. They've got feelings for you. Or the shoe could be on the other foot, where if you were just casually involved with someone in a sexual way, but there was no romantic element, you could be saying to them, hey, I like you and I want to date you, or I want to explore where this connection could go. Now, on the 3rd of September, there will be a new moon in Virgo in your 7th house at 11 degrees. So this particular new moon will be in a wide T-square with Saturn in Pisces at 16 degrees. So we've got the new moon opposite Saturn in Pisces, and then the new moon and Saturn are being squared by Jupiter at 19 degrees Gemini and Mars at 28 degrees Gemini. So this is quite a tense new moon, not to mention that the ruler of the new moon is Mercury, and it is squaring Uranus. So we've got Mercury in Leo at 23 degrees, squaring Uranus in Taurus at 27 degrees. So I'm going to go through a few different ways that this can play out. If you're in a relationship, you and your significant other could be making long-term goals and plans for the future. And that's because 11 degrees is the Aquarius degree, which is associated with these long-term goals and dreams of yours. And these could be concerning property and living matters, especially because we've got Jupiter and Mars in your 4th house, which rules over your property and living circumstances. So you could be discussing whether you want to relocate to a foreign country. This could involve one or both of you getting a visa or permanent residency or dual citizenship. You could be, the two of you could be doing long distance, and now you're figuring out a way to come together, especially because Saturn's at 16 degrees, which is the Cancer degree, which also rules over property and living circumstances. On a different note, there could be tension with your family or with their family. So you could be making plans with your significant other or your spouse to overcome problems with your family dynamics or family relations. So this could involve setting boundaries with your parents or their parents, or your family or their family. You could be talking about your future when it comes to having children, or if you're at the age where you're expecting grandchildren or more grandchildren, there could be some important conversations that you and your partner are having about the legacy that you want to leave behind, and living circumstances, maybe babysitting, who's responsible for what, and so on and so forth. On a different note, you and your partner could be preparing to go through a sustained period of long distance or being apart. And I say this because Saturn is squaring Jupiter. So Jupiter represents travel, and Saturn is a planet which can be associated with separation and obstacles and delays. So, it could be that one of you has to work, or it could be that one of you has to travel, or that one of you has commitments and responsibilities outside of the marriage or the relationship, and perhaps this is to children from a previous relationship, as an example. Ultimately, with Mercury in Leo square Uranus in Taurus, this indicates that you're just not on the same page until you sit down together and really hash things out. So you could be disagreeing about finances or resources, what projects to invest in, or how much money or time to invest into something. With the square to Mars, this could be that you're not agreeing on the course of action or about the timing of when action should be taken, or about, you could just have differing belief systems in general, with Jupiter squaring this new moon and Saturn. Ultimately, looking at this new moon, I see the best way to navigate this energy by embracing open communication and open discord, not criticizing the other party for having differing beliefs or opinions on this topic. And so if you actually engage in trying to take on a long-term project together, especially if it concerns your property, renovation, family, or maybe even something to do with farming, or the environment, this could be a way to harness the energy of this new moon and channel it into something productive and useful. Now, if you are single, you could feel like you're at odds within yourself, in terms of, on one hand, you feel fine with being single and you're like, it's okay, this is just a season of my life that I'm in. But then you could feel that you also want to share your life with someone else. So this could be an emotional new moon where you're trying to figure out, is it better for you for the next little while to just focus on yourself and maybe take a break from dating or just being open to meeting someone, or should you continue to put yourself out there? Ultimately, with the new moon being at 11 degrees, which represents Aquarius energy and your friends and community and your long-term goals and dreams, there may be an idea, or you may just be inclined to focus on these things instead. On a different note, whether you're single or just in the early days of dating someone, there could be someone who's in the picture, right? But due to their work, their career, or their perhaps children from a previous connection, or their other responsibilities, they're just not available to commit to you right now. So the connection could be there. You could both have feelings, but the timing's just not right. And that opposition to Saturn in Pisces is just asking that you wait. So, you may just have to adjust to a period of not seeing this person so frequently, or waiting until they are ready. And so Pisces, that's all I have for you for your love horoscope for 2024. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your year ahead, Pisces, and I'll see you in my next video.